Okay, Mr. Mayor, we are now live. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now call this meeting to order. Approval of agenda. Does any council member have anything to add to this agenda here today? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the request of Mr. Keith Davidson, who had formerly registered as a public question period registrant, we would like to request that his portion of the meeting be included as a delegation rather than a public question period speaking time. So with a motion of council, we will move Mr. Davidson ahead in the agenda to be considered as a delegation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a recommendation here that the agenda be amended to include Mr. Keith Davidson as a delegation rather than a public question period registrant, and that the agenda be approved as amended. Someone to move to put it on the floor, please. Moved by Councillor Colburn, second by Councillor Sutherland. Is there any discussion on the motion before us? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, you take the vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I call your name, please indicate whether you are for or against adoption of the agenda as amended. Councillor Carol Bartlett. Councillor Kathy Moore-Coburn.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Carol Bartlett. Councillor Bartlett, you are unmuted. Councillor Grant Pringle.
For.
Councillor Paul Sutherland.
For.
Councillor Ryan Thompson.
For.
Thank you. And I'll just circle back to Councillor Carol Bartlett. Are you for or against the motion?
For.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Sue Carlton.
For.
And Mayor Dwight Burley.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My internet keeps cutting in and out, so please excuse it. Declaration of pecuniary interest. You can clear anytime you see fit during the meeting. We're down now to delegations. I now welcome Mr. Davidson to speak. As a reminder, you will be provided 10 minutes to submit your comments. The clerk will provide you with a 1-minute warning at 9-minute mark, should you need it. I will also draw council's attention to item 6.1, correspondence submitted by Mr. Davidson. With a motion of council, I move that we consider item 6.1 with Mr. Davidson's delegation. A show of hands in favor of the amendment, please. All those in favor? That is carried. Mr. Davidson, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought I was amended for 12 minutes, but anyway, I'll put my head down and I'll really boogie. Mr. Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillors, Mr. CAO, Madam Clerk and staff, greetings from the Kemble Shore out here in the boonies in Kemble, Big Bay, North Keppel. I love how formal things have now become at council and committee of the whole meetings. I have watched your last 3 meetings, and each time I think I am out of place and should go and put my shirt on and tie. So this afternoon I did. I'm also thinking about my great-great-grandfather, Thomas Ormiston, the very first reeve of the United Townships of Keppel, Sarawak, and the town plot of Brook. And I hope he keeps me going. I don't stumble too many times with all the new ways we were supposed to address council and members of staff. I found it fascinating in your last 3 meetings where the Cole Side Road shutdown was a done deal in the first ones, but then got turned around on Larry Miller's missile statement about residents being disenchanted with the culture of close and shut down by neglect the road and trail closures in this township the past several years. I can't wait until the 4th and final meeting comes down. I like what our new CAO has done in his pledge prior to this meeting to bring everyone of the for and the against camps and everybody in between together around the table and hammer out a proactive solution that all parties can live by and coexist. I like the way council seems to be more open and transparent of late and are now extending an open invitation to ratepayers to participate in public affairs and issues. Oh, how I wish this had been the case when the Heritage Hills roads were turned into trails and no more cars allowed on them by old people like me that had been driving them all our lives and our lifestyles were taken away. I would like to thank Deputy Mayor Sue Carlton, Councillor Kathy Coburn, and our CAO and Madam Clerk for meeting me yesterday in the council chambers to help me tackle my problem of having too much to present in an hour or two, let alone 10 minutes. I am allotted here to speak on the budget items I have submitted for your perusal. They were most helpful. I got to meet our new CAO, something I was not able to do last year in 2020 when we had no less than 5 CAOs working for our municipality. After meeting him and hearing that he is a firm believer that through citizen engagement, communities become stronger. Hear, hear. I can tell you, I think he is going to be a keeper, and I wish him well in his future endeavors in helping to guide council staff and the municipality forward. Da-dum-da-dum, charge. You've all been the recipients of my documents, my epistle of January 23rd, entitled Left Out, and I appreciate you reading what Mr. Meneses calls light reading. I've had 2 councillors tell me that they agree with most of what I presented. I've had a few of my acquaintances tell me that they could not disagree with anything I said in my document. Now, for the record, I will read the first few paragraphs of my document. I'm going to skip that. I don't have enough time. So in the first 5 budget recommendations I submitted, they're pretty well self-explanatory. And so if you read them, the background, I think you'll get my drift. Number 6, a new build, the Sutherland Beckett Family Center. In a printout of what I had written, there's 3.5 pages, too much to read here. I trust that you will start the ball rolling and give your full consideration to letting council and community build and raise funds on a 50-50 basis. I would be glad to discuss my proposal with you at any time you're discussing our old barn and arena and what should be done with it. I have laid out a floor building plan for you, how the building can be paid for. And as your first donor to the new family center, I put my money where my mouth is, and I have pledged to you $2,500 to be paid $70 per month over 3 years. 100 more people like me, and you've got $250,000. Number 7, reopen the Dodds W Hill as Class 6, Class 6, Class 6, Class 6. Seasonal road for cars and small trucks on a one-way only basis, top down only. And that's May 1st to Thanksgiving, May 1st to Thanksgiving. I'm calling in my dibs, and I know you're going to laugh. I have made you look good over the years. Just read my notes in number 15 left out. You owe me one, and I'm asking you to admit that you may have been hasty in making the Dodds W Hill into a trail and stopped up cars, and that you will consider opening it up again to us old timers, especially seniors. Senior tourism is huge all over the province, and I think Georgian Bluffs should get on board with it. Driving our W Hill is akin to driving through the covered bridge down in rural Kitchener. It's pure history, pure heritage, pure wonderment, and pure joy. I walked the W Hill the other day. It is still in good shape, but after Harold's remedial work on it 6 years ago, it needs some gravel on the 2 main bends. If the present operation manager is cheap like the operation manager was in 2011 and won't give us any gravel, it closes the hills up, I and Harold Southern will give you some. Just check your Transportation Committee minutes in 2012, where we offered 2 tandem loads each every year if you open the W Hill. No tandem trucks anymore. There are now triaxles, and it's a $450 equivalent, 22 tons times 2, that's 44 tons. If the operation manager would put some gravel down. I had a list of 31 ways. First, me and then the Friends of the Heritage Hills were maligned during the closure of the hills. I wanted to present them to the former CAO who closed down the hills. Never got a chance. He wouldn't talk to me. I wanted to bring the 2 new members of council with me to hear what he would say when I read in my list. Then he was released from duty, I think. I had the list of 31 yesterday to read off to our new CEO and Madam Councilor Kathy Coburn, but I didn't. I put it away, and I'm hoping that we can move forward, and maybe I don't have to get into that. A sidebar comment. I'm only asking that the W Hill be reopened one way, not Suicide. Suicide Hill in my books is long gone as a road for cars. Like, let it rest. Just let it rest. Let it be one of your trails, and just leave us with our special memories of this old hill. The new Owen Sound Georgian Bluffs Billy Bishop Regional Airport. If you read number 16 of my left out, it's pretty simple. Make an offer to Owen Sound with an open heart that they can't refuse in order for them to bring the airport over to Georgian Bluffs. I know the Owen Sound mayor and the deputy mayor, and I'd be willing to act as your intermediary, have a chat with them outside the mayor's office and find out just what it would take for them to move their airport and amalgamate it with ours. They might tell me things that they would not tell you because you both might have your guards up when you're talking. So there you go, council and staff. You have asked for public participation, and as a good, willing citizen, I have responded to your request. I have one more item, number 9, and it's not in your material. You have an outstanding Madam Clerk in Brittany Drury. She is so kind and caring, yet very efficient. When she deals with grumpy old seniors like me, she never condescends, and she always listens to us, and she always helps us. Well, this is budget day, so I recommend that you give her a raise or a performance bonus for her extra effort. Thank you for your kind indulgence, and a special thanks for reading my long epistle, including the addendum I sent in. I gave you 18 items, the same as the planner gave you in your Recreation Trails Master Plan. It's sort of tit for tat, so to speak, for leaving me out. I hope you invite me back sometime to discuss some of the items I had in my list. 15 years ago, I piped into the council chambers, the ladies of the Kemble Women's Institute in their blue bonnets as we made our initial request for council support for our plan for the Kemble Women's Institute lookout. It was an historical occasion. It was the start of something special. This afternoon, in loving memory of my old friends who have passed away down here, Dave Carlson, Elmer Beckett, Grace Sutherland, Jim Rutherford, Teddy Sutherland, Penny Howell, John Aiken, and my Aunt June, who all loved driving the Heritage Hills in their cars, I would like to sing the chorus of one of my favorite songs in their memory, and it's called Old Songs Are Best. Old friends are best. That's what the old folks say. When put to the test, old friends are best. They stand by you come what may. Old friends are best. That's what the old folks say. When put to the test, old friends are best. You'll be my old friend someday. Thank you and good afternoon.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Davison. You got a great voice. Wonderful comments. It's good to see you participate in our meeting, and please do it more often.
Okay, thanks, Your Worship.
At this time, I'm going to open the floor up to council, but prior to opening the floor to questions of council, I will remind members that per our procedural bylaw, members may ask questions for the delegation, but shall not engage in the debate. I now open the floor up to questions of council. And please raise your hand if you want to speak so I can see. See no questions? Keith, you got everybody in a total maze. You're just a fantastic speaker. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your time, Your Worship.
So,
well, can I leave now?
Yeah, you can leave, or you can stay for the whole meeting if you wish.
Okay, I'll decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and now I'm going to proceed with our agenda here today. Madam Clerk, I see I've lost you, but I take it I can proceed. I think so.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Our 2021 budget. Council is encouraged to ask questions throughout the presentation. Please raise your virtual hand to indicate your intention to speak. Madam Treasurer, please go ahead. Cassie? I cannot see you, but I assume you're there. Go ahead, Cassie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to take a second and share my screen so that we can all look at this presentation together this afternoon.
And if council has any questions, please, if I cannot see you, speak up.
Okay, so thank you and welcome to our 2021 budget meeting. As the mayor has mentioned, we encourage questions throughout. So various staff members will be presenting for their departments today. But as you come up with questions, please let us know. And Brittany is going to monitor your virtual hands for me, as I can't really see it while I'm sharing my screen. So Britt, please feel free to interrupt me as needed as well. And yeah, let's get started. So, purpose of a budget. So the Municipal Act requires that we pass a budget each and every year. So the budget lays out the estimates of all sums required during the year for the purposes of the municipality. So the sums required to pay off all debts, to pay our expenses, to be raised for sinking or retirement funds, and to pay any board or commission that we are a part of. So unlike provincial and federal budgets, the municipal budget must be balanced. And again, we do this every year. Timing varies. It could be in the fall, and this year we're in the spring due to some staff turnover, but we're here now. So let's go through how we got to this point. So in December 2020, we launched the budget survey for public participation and feedback on what they would like to see as part of their 2021 budget. I did take a report to council in February detailing the results of that budget survey, and we did get a lot of public participation and feedback. So staff took those points and have tried our best to incorporate some of that feedback in our budget requests here today. So when the first draft of the budget was calculated, we were actually looking at a 19% increase in the tax levy. So staff went back and we started to prioritize our capital asks to make sure we were presenting something to council that we felt was reasonable. So then in February 2021, in my preliminary budget report to council, we were at 9.3%. So staff again went back and continued to prioritize items. So today in our presentation, we're looking at a 3.46% increase in the tax rate over prior year. When combined with the county and education tax rate, we're looking at 2.45%. And we'll get into that a little bit later. So today is just our preliminary draft meeting. We are not approving a budget today. We are just having discussions about what's currently in the budget. In April, I will bring a report back to council summarizing any changes that you request be made here today. And we are looking at approving the 2021 budget in May. So we still have, a month or two of work. And I just want to emphasize that nothing in this budget is final, and we aren't officially approving anything here today. So when talking about the budget, the first thing we need to look at is the components of a budget. And I think I'm going to do this at a very high level because I feel like we talk about this every year, but when we're talking about the budget, we talk about two types of expenses. We talk about operating expenses and capital expenses. So your operating expenses are your day-to-day activities. So what does it cost to provide the same level of service as in prior year? So to establish operating budgets, what I do is I look at the cost of providing day-to-day services over the last 3 years, and I adjust for any increase in costs. So these types of things would be salaries and benefits, contracted services, materials and supplies, maintenance and repairs, things that are not capital. So for the operating budget, we look at 3 to 5 year average of actual costs to determine the budget. And then we also get input from the local boards on what their request is for 2021. For capital expenses, most of them are capital. So most of them are, replacing and building new infrastructure. But this is where we also make adjustments for enhancements to levels of service. So this is where we capture if we're increasing our level of service, so that council is aware of those changes. So for capital expenses, we're looking at roads, bridges, vehicles, buildings, equipment, computer hardware and software, and also studies to facilitate long-term planning. So those are the two components we'll be talking about today. I'm not hearing Britt interrupt me. Sorry, I'm just going to pause occasionally in case Britt needs to tell me I have a question or to slow down, okay? So then when we're making our capital project requests, there's a lot of things that staff considered in bringing forward capital requests. So the first is our asset management plan. So over the last couple of years, staff have worked really hard in not relying on historical data, so not relying on age-based data, and moving more to a condition-based asset management plan. So we've had our roads assessed, and that was done by Street Logics, where they drove a van around and scanned our roads and came up with PSI to determine the condition. In 2020, we had all of our buildings assessed, and recommendations were made about the kinds of repairs and capital investments that needed to be made at those facilities. Every 2 years, we have bridges inspections done. And it's that kind of information that helps staff identify which projects should take place in which year. We also look at strategic plan. So council identifies their priorities in the strategic plan, and we look at costs associated or projects associated with that plan and bring them forward 2021 or subsequent years. Master plans. So in this budget preparation, we looked a lot at the Rec and Trails master plan and the recommendations that came out of that plan. Legislative requirements, that would be things like minimum maintenance standards and any other requirements under the Municipal Act. One thing that you'll see today is we talk a lot about records keeping, and that project is driven by legislative requirements. Health and safety. So if an asset or a building or a car or a road is disrepair and it could create a health and safety risk, we would bring that forward as a capital consideration as well. So now that we've talked about expenses, how do we pay for these expenses? So there's various types of revenues. There's some revenues that can be used to fund operating expenses, some that can be used to fund capital expenses. We're talking about operating revenues, grants. The one grant that we get to help offset our operating revenues is the OMPF grant. So that's a provincial grant that we receive every year. User fees help to pay for operating expenses. So that would be for items that can be specifically tied back to that individual user. So for example, building permit application, planning facilities rentals. There's bank and investment income this year. We took a bit of a hit on investment. We will get into that a bit later in the presentation. taxation, penalties and interests, and donations. So those all can be used to fund operating expenses. On the capital expenses side, you'll see a lot of repetition. So grants, we get the gas tax grant and the OCIF formula funding that we use to fund capital projects. Taxation's there, donations there, but we can also use reserves. So we set aside those reserves for future capital replacement. So we do use those to fund current expenditures. And then two options I want to talk a little bit more in depth about today are debt and development charges. So let's start with development charges, and I'm going to speak for a little bit and then I might get our CIO to jump in. Sorry to put you on the spot, Al. So development charges are what you collect from developers to help finance capital projects required to meet the increased need for services resulting from growth and development. So as our township grows, there's a greater demand on existing roads, existing recreation and parks, our fire department, for example. So you collect these charges to help pay for the replacement of those things as they become due, so that that entire burden of growth does not fall on the existing tax base. So in order to impose development charges, the township would need to complete a development charges background study. So for this study, you hire a consultant, and what they do is they look at the amount and type of development expected to occur in Georgian Bluffs. They analyze the services that we provide and look at the capital costs for future capital replacement because of growth and demand on those services. So locally, most lower tier municipalities do have development charges, and we actually do currently at the township level collect development charges on behalf of the county. So when someone comes in to pay for their building permit, we collect the development charges levied by the county and we remit them to the county for their use. So just to look at this a little bit more, so what are the benefits of development charges? Well, it allows us to save for future replacement, which we've talked about. And if we were to impose development charges, it would be on new construction, typically. And depending upon how you develop your development charges, you could give exemption for things such as low-income housing, that affordable housing, sorry. Those are big things that at the county level, they waive development charges on to encourage development of those kinds of housing. So if we were to have collected development charges for the 51 single-family dwellings that were built in 2020, we would have over $300,000 in a reserve right now to fund future capital projects. So to replace the assets that are being used by our residents and the demand on which has increased because of growth. So staff intend on bringing a report to council requesting that we hire a consultant for the development charge study, and we would use the modernization funding to pay for that study, but we would really like council to consider implementing these charges. The current demand on our services cannot be maintained without these kind of charges. Our tax rate will just keep going up and up and up and up. And we really feel that, you know, the developers and individuals driving this growth should be responsible for this cost. So I'm just going to pause there a second and see if Al had anything he wanted to mention in this section.
Sure. Thank you, Cassie. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. The idea really was to plant seeds today with the development charges. We're not asking council to make any decision on development charges. It's just really to sort of give you a preemptive view that we're going to be coming back. The reality is, and I think council would understand this, is that when you are growing at a trickle, I don't think development charges were required. When you look at the growth that's being anticipated and forecasted for Georgian Bluffs, that means a lot more people, a lot more cars on the roads, a lot more demands on fire services, on recreation, and those are all costs that are going to be borne by the existing taxpayer. By contemplating development charges and looking for alternative sources of revenue, this will at least be a little bit fair and allow the council to consider different revenue options and different opportunities to share those costs, not only with those that are existing today on the tax base, but also with those that are coming in tomorrow and beyond. So once again, today was just to plant the seed, but you will have a lot more information coming in the months to follow so that council can make an informed decision as to whether or not you want to consider going down this path or not.
Thanks, Hal. Councilor Barfoot, I see your hand is up.
Councillor Barfoot, you are muted.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Brittany. Just a quick question. Using the same numbers as you used for assuming a development charges of $61.76 for the township, what would we pay the county on the same basics?
So, sorry, did I unmute? Can you guys hear me? I'm having.
Yes,
Yep.
we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So the county, we collect, I believe it's just over $7,000 a single family dwelling. So when someone comes in to build their to pay for their building permit, we collect that for the county and then we remit it to them monthly. Did that answer your question, Councillor Barfoot?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we will continue. Share my screen again. Sorry, sometimes when I mute myself, I lose you guys, and then.
We hear you, Cassie.
And you can still see my screen? Perfect.
Yep.
Sorry, just getting my slideshow going again.
Under slideshow, Cass.
Thanks, Brett. Thank you, Brett. Okay, so the other thing we'd like you to consider today, or at least be aware of, is debt. So debt is a good way to finance big capital projects. So that's the key, is that debt can only be used to finance capital expenditures, not operating. And one thing that we have seen because of COVID is lower and lower interest rates. So the cost of borrowing is at really low rates right now. So I've included the interest rates from Infrastructure Ontario. So for example, on a 20-year loan, you'd be looking at an interest rate of 2.65%. And one of the benefits to using debt to finance capital projects is that the current ratepayers are not the ones paying for it. So it allows you to spread over the cost of that infrastructure to future taxpayers as well. So we have used debt in the past to finance some projects, including the airport, and Brooks Storm Drain was another one where we chose to use debt to finance that project. So staff are keeping this revenue tool in mind when we're proposing bigger projects. And I think it's something that we should consider using going forward to spread out those costs to future taxpayers as well.
Thanks, Cassie. A question from the mayor.
Yes.
On your 20-year example of 2.65, regardless of what happens with interest rates, that is a fixed rate for the complete 20 years?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Good.
a fixed rate loan.
Yeah, good information. Thanks.
Okay.
See no other questions? Go ahead.
Okay. So then another source of revenue that we have for capital expenditures is reserves and reserve funds. So Council and staff of the township have done a great job of increasing our reserve fund balances over the last 6 to 7 years. We have increased those balances by $7 million, which is fantastic. And for council's reference in your packages, I have included the reserve and reserve fund balances as of December 31st, 2020. Those are unaudited as we're still working through our 2020 audit, so they will be revised. But just to give you an idea what those balances are and the funds we have to use. So even though we have done a great job of putting funds aside for the future in the last 6 to 7 years, it's not enough. So when we look at our 2016 asset management plan, the plan recommended that to keep our capital assets in a state of good repair and replace as needed, we needed to invest almost $8 million annually in capital. So what this graph shows you is what we've actually invested. So the orange column is the deficit. So we're supposed to invest $8 million, but for example, in 2020, we only invested 5.4 million in capital and 2,200,000 in reserves. So we are $2.3 million less in investment than what is recommended in our asset management plan. So what this all means is we're not putting enough money aside or replacing capital assets quick enough to keep everything in good repair and to have money for the future for when assets become due for replacement. So when we look at that, so that recommendation was made December 31st, 2016. So when we look at what we've done in the 4 years since that recommendation, we have underfunded our capital investment by almost $14 million. So we are not, I mean, that just illustrates that we are not keeping on top of our capital projects or investment. So what that means is if we were to want to fully fund the $8 million as recommended in our asset management plan, we would need to increase our tax rate by about 33%, which I know council is not looking to do, but to keep in mind that that 33% only gets us to the recommendation in the 2016 asset management plan. So it doesn't consider the $14 million backlog that we just discussed, nor does it consider the increasing costs of inflation. So $8 million recommended in 2016 to be invested is only getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And as we fall further and further behind in investing in our infrastructure, the cost to replace that asset becomes more and more and more expensive. So I just want council to keep in mind that, yes, we've been doing a great job at putting money aside in reserves. And yes, we've been working on replacing capital assets, but we're behind and it's not enough. And we really need to look at how we are going to increase those levels in the next couple of years so that we don't find ourselves in a dire situation.
Cassie, I have a question from Councilor Thompson first.
Yes.
Ryan, are you muted?
Sorry, I'll just talk louder when I'm on mute. Thanks for this, Cassie. It's really well laid out and easy to understand. So I just want to try and wrap my head around this. So when we're looking at, so we're using a level like 31 million. That is if all the work needed to be done all at once situation, right? Like all of our assets needed replaced all at once.
Sorry, I'm not following. Can you reword
So
that?
I guess, yeah. So what I'm looking at, I agree. I'm really happy with our our investment in reserves. But when we're looking at our future projects, so we're saying we would need to have $31 million right now in order to complete the future projects as needed, correct?
We should have invested 31 million over the last 4 years
to allow us to do that work.
Yes, yes.
Right. So, but that contemplates doing the work without any assistance from grants, right?
Correct. Yes.
So, although I agree, I don't want us to get too far down a path of dread, because I think we typically, when we're doing jobs, we would want to make sure we take advantage of grants. So I think we want to factor that into our thinking, not to say, oh, well, we've got way too much. I agree with you. I just, for the sake of some of our thinking, we could, when we're doing this work, we would want to capitalize on grants that are available to us at the same time.
So that is a fair comment, and thank you for that.
Oops.
But I think one thing to keep in mind is that every municipality within Ontario, their capital assets are underfunded. Okay, so everybody, and if you can find me one that's not great, but basically everybody, their capital assets are underfunded, and they're behind like ourselves. So with that being said, everybody is also looking for grants. So, absolutely, we try to leverage grant opportunities as they come. But we're competing, with hundreds of other municipalities that are looking to do the same thing. So in my 6 years here at the township, to date, we've received one big grant for a big capital project, and that would be Ingalls Falls Road. So absolutely, yes, we would look to leverage that. But at the same time, we need to be prepared to not get that grant funding as well.
Thanks, Cassie. Before I go to Councillor Colburn, you get a follow-up, Councillor Thompson? No?
Nope.
Cassie, before I go to Councillor Barfoot, since you're talking about it, does this include the water systems, like for instance, the East London water system? That's still part of our asset management plan. There's no separate funds for replacing that?
So the recommendations in the asset management plan does include water systems, yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Barfoot, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Cassie. Just want to clarify one thing. We are required by the province to have an asset management plan, are we not?
Correct, yes.
Okay, when we are under, and I don't care if others are underfunded, I'm concerned about us. And as you know, Cassie, you and I discuss this every year come budget time. Did we put enough aside to offset our depreciation? My concern is, because everybody's crying for grant money, the grant money we can't depend on. How long is this going to go on before the province says, whoa, wait a minute, when we apply for grant money, are we going to be in the not so popular group? How long will it be before the province looks at our asset management plan and our depreciation that we've got banked before we don't qualify at the top of the list for grants? That's my concern. Thank you.
So that's a great question, Councillor Barfoot. So now when we are applying for these grants, that's one of the things you have to submit with your grant application is a copy of your asset management plan. So one thing to keep in mind is when the 2016 asset management plan was prepared, it was all based on age-based data. So the standards have changed considerably in the last 5 years. And our asset management plan, we're now looking to develop based on condition-based data. So we will see an update in the next couple of years, which should paint, a more accurate picture. But absolutely, when we're applying for grants, that's something the province is looking at now, and is the asset management plan.
Go ahead, Carol.
Sort of just a second part of that. When I look at what's been going on over the past 2 to 3 to 4 years, our deficit in the funding of that, or in the funding of the depreciation, is not getting any better. And I'm sure the province will look at it. We're looking to the province to be our banker for doing capital projects. How long is it going to be before the province sort of classified us as not a good risk?
So putting money aside equivalent to your depreciation is not a requirement in any legislation. That's just what we have been doing out of best practice. So that's something that we as a township have done to say, you know, we need to make sure we're putting money aside. It's reasonable to put away an amount equivalent to depreciation. So that's just something that we have done. If you look at our reserve balances as a percentage of our taxation, compared to some of our neighbors, we're in good shape. And that's the other comment we get a lot from the province and when applying for grants is, well, you don't need it as badly as other people, right? So there's a lot that gets considered when those grant applications come forward. Not just how much money you have in the bank, but they also really look at what is driving your capital project and your grant request. So even if you have, you know, millions of dollars in the bank, your grant request can still be approved if it meets the qualifications that they're looking for. So for example, health and safety is a big one. So like if the project that you're looking to complete addresses an immediate health and safety risk, your grant application could be moved further up the list. So it is one consideration, but it's not the only consideration.
Thanks, Cassie. Councilor Barfoot, I see your hand is still up. Did you have a follow-up?
No, I'll take it down. Thank you.
And before I go ahead, Cassie, Councilor Thompson, I didn't give you an opportunity. Did you have a follow-up question or not?
No, thank you.
Okay. I see no other hands. Cassie, go ahead, please.
Okay. So now we're going to go to what this all means. We've been through revenues, we've been through expenses. So how do all these things tie together? So we're going to go through some of the common terminology I'm going to use today. And please feel free to ask any questions as I'm explaining this. So there's basically the biggest input that municipal staff and council has is determining the taxes to be levied. So to identify the taxes to be levied, you take your operating expenses, you add your capital expenses, you less your revenues, and the difference is the taxes to be levied. So expenses less revenues, you end up with basically a deficit and you need to raise taxation to cover your costs. So that's taxes to be levied. Well, then once you have the taxes to be levied, you divide that by the weighted assessment and you get your tax rate. So council doesn't really have any influence on the tax rate. That's just a formula. What you do have influence on is the taxes to be levied. So the tax rate is determined by weighted assessment. And weighted assessment is calculated as assessment times the tax ratio. Here in this formula, the township really has no input. So your assessment is determined by MPAC. The tax ratio is determined by the upper tier. So my apologies, like we do have representative at the county level that help to determine those tax ratios. But there is legislation that requires those ratios be within a certain range. And that's how we come up with weighted assessment. So today when we're talking about operating expenses less revenues, the difference being taxes levied, that's different than the tax rate. So your changes in taxes levied over prior year can be different than what your change in the tax rate is. And that is because of assessment growth. So before I get into assessment growth, does all my formulas, everyone followed my formulas?
They're very good. They're surprising. I understand it. Council have any questions on the determining the tax rate?
Okay,
I don't believe there is. Cassie, go ahead.
thank you. So let's dive into assessment growth. So this is why your taxes to your change or your percentage change in taxes to be levied can be different than your change in the tax rate. And that's because throughout the year, there's changes to the assessment base. And what we really want is growth. So new homes being built, new businesses being constructed, people moving from a residential home to a business in their home, or people severancing their land and creating new properties. So 2021 is actually a really good year to look at assessment growth because the phased-in assessment didn't change. So in 2021, it was supposed to be the first year of a new 4-year cycle. That didn't happen because of COVID. So people's assessment in 2020 is the same as the assessment on your home in 2021, unless you did some sort of alteration to change the assessment of your home. And just as a side note, the province just announced actually that for 2022, your assessment's going to be unchanged as well. They're not going to look at phased-in assessment in 2022. So your assessment in 2020 is the same as 2021, is the same as 2022, unless you altered your property. So, like I said, this is a great year to look at growth because you can really see the true numbers of development in the township. And just to highlight a couple of areas. So at the beginning of 2020, there was 6,859 properties in the township, and now we are up to 6,929. And that increase can be driven by, or is driven by, a few new subdivisions we have coming online. So when those subdivisions are developed, you know, one roll number turns into 9, or however many houses are within that subdivision development. So we are seeing some of our subdivisions take off, specifically Kilsyth, Bolter, Cobble, Davenport, Georgian Shores, Balmy Beach. So hopefully we have some, you know, really strong years of growth coming up with new homes being developed in those areas. So why is growth important? Well, growth is important because it allows you to spread the costs of the township over more homes. So, I mean, very simply, if you have 10 million homes or 10 million, if you have a $10 million tax levy and you can spread that over 6,500 homes, that's a lot cheaper per home than if you spread it over 6,000 homes. So we do want growth. We want growth, you know, in targeted areas like subdivisions. And in 2020, that growth resulted in additional tax revenue of about $136,000. So if we were to leave the tax rates, what that means is if we were to leave the tax rates exactly the same as 2020, you would collect an additional $136,000.
Cassie, a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can ask it properly. Take a subdivision, for instance, when the developer creates, just say, for example, say 30 lots.
Yes.
Without having a house on it, is the assessment on that lot different than what it is when the house is on there?
Yes. So basically in the year that it changes, or sorry, in year 1, no, it's the same. They take the cost, or they take the assessment from the one single lot and spread it over the, like, let's say the 10 that been created. So in year 1, that's the case. And then in year 2, they reassess it. So they look at it and say, well, now that this is a single lot, it's worth this much more. So yes, you do get growth just in that severance process before a home is on it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions on assessment growth from council? Al, you're fairly quiet. Any comments?
Just watching in amazement as our treasurer continues on with her summary of the financials.
It's just amazing. I think I'm going to apply for a treasurer job when we're done. Go ahead, Cassie.
Okay, so the other thing we talk about when we talk about assessment is the composition. So when we're talking about tax ratios and tax rates, we always look at residential. So consider residential 1, and then everything else is a fraction off of that. So for example, when we're looking at the composition of our township, 80%-ish is residential and 11% is farm. Why that is important is because the residential pays the full tax rate, whereas the farm pays, I believe it's 0.221 or 23. My apologies, I can't remember what it was in 2020. So they only pay a fraction of the residential tax rate. Commercial businesses pay more than 100% of the residential tax rate. So you'll hear a lot when municipalities talk about development is that they're looking for, you know, those commercial and industrial projects because they bring in higher taxation. So for us, we really have minimal commercial and industrial businesses in our township. So it is the residential residential taxes that drives our tax. Okay. So then before we start,
question. Sorry, Cass. I have a question from Deputy Mayor Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, Cassie, on what is included in that 4% that shows as exempt?
So that is when a property doesn't get taxed at all. So an example would be like swamplands. They can get like a conservation exemption where they're not subject to taxation. The other thing is some municipally owned properties aren't subject to taxation. Yeah, those would be the two bigger examples.
Churches and schools in that same category?
Sorry, yes, schools and churches as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I believe, go ahead, Cassie.
Okay, so before we start talking about 2021, we need to look at 2020 and where we were at. So for every dollar that the township collected in 2020, we didn't get to keep all that. So 53 cents was kept by the township, 33 cents went to the county, and 14 cents went to the school board. So, yeah, I think sometimes that's quite confusing to our residents, is that we don't keep 100% of the taxation that we collect. We do remit it to those other parties. And in 2020, we budgeted to collect $10,037,000 in taxation. So then we always like to do a check-in with our neighbors. So I'm not going to go through this chart, but we took a look at the neighbors kind of surrounding us and similar to us and what their tax rates were in 2020. And what we did was we took that tax rate and we applied it to the average assessment of a home in Georgian Bluffs. So as you can see, of our neighbors that we looked at, we were the lowest tax rate in the area. And in some cases, considerably lower, which is good when you want to, you know, lure development. However, it's really difficult to compare tax rates between municipalities for a number of reasons. And that's because assessment makeups are different. You know, they might have more commercial operations, or they have more households that they service than we do, or they provide a greater level of service than us, or maybe a lesser level of service. And the biggest difference is that nobody has the same kilometers of roads, community centers, parks, bridges. So nobody has the same infrastructure commitments as anybody else. So it is good to check in with our neighbors, but it's really hard to compare apple to apples because everyone is just so different in how they're made up and in the financial requirements or in the financial burdens that they have. So even though a low tax rate, is appealing for development, it's not sustainable if we're not meeting the needs of our community, if we're not maintaining our infrastructure to the levels it needs to be at, and if we're not meeting our legislative requirements. So I really emphasize this point, taking us back to when we talked about our asset management plan. We've been really proud of the fact that, we have one of the lower tax rates in the area. However, we are falling behind on investing in our infrastructure. So maybe our low tax rate is not sustainable if we want to, keep the levels of service we currently have for our ratepayers. Okay.
Okay. Seeing no questions, Cassie, go ahead.
Okay. So 2021 budget. We had a few challenges, but I think, staff did a great job at overcoming them and coming up with a really reasonable budget to present to council and the public here today. One of our biggest challenges was COVID. And I mean, it's no secret, everybody's been challenged by COVID. But with the uncertainty of lockdowns and service restrictions and arenas closing, it's difficult, to budget revenues, basically, when we don't know if our arenas are going to be able to be open all season. And we don't know, what else is going to come down from the province, for bylaw enforcement requirements or whatever it may be. We completed our building condition assessments in 2020, and what we identified was there was a big backlog of capital works. So you'll see in your 2020 proposed capital detailed package that's in the back of your budget package. There were a number of items that we identified to fix in those buildings in 2021 that we had to defer to 2022 because we just couldn't afford to do it all this year. Increasing costs of local boards, so library, conservation, ITFD, bio. Nobody came in with a 0% increase, nor would I expect them to. So we've had to manage those increased costs. Increased cost of contracted services, so OPP, garbage, recycling, all their costs went up. Again, expected, but that's something that we have to manage. Insurance rates, we've talked about this, several times now. 12.5% increase in insurance rates is a big jump, and it's something that we had to account for in these numbers. Staffing constraints. So when we were bringing forward projects, we needed to make sure we were bringing forward what staff could handle, because right now staff are either working over or at capacity. Climate change was a huge input into the 2021 budget because it's having an effect on our roads, on drainage. We saw last year what happened to Old Beach Road and Presqu'île Road. And those climate change did that. And those are considerations that we have to take into account when preparing our budget. And then we also had to consider mandated changes in levels of service. So council had a report last week for our director of operations, where he detailed those changes in the levels of services and the requirements in our staffing levels that were needed to keep up with those changes. Okay. So what does this all mean? So I highlighted it before, but what we're looking at is a 3.46% increase in the municipal tax rate over prior year. So that's just the municipal portion. And when we combine that with education and county, we're looking at a 2.5% increase over prior year. So one thing we are seeing is a quite considerable increase in our operating budget. And that is because of, some of those pressures I talked about before, being COVID, changes in levels of service, insurance costs, local boards. So we are looking at an increase in our operating budget of $775,000 So today we're going to go through the operating budget first by type. So meaning, salaries and benefits, materials, insurance, stuff like that, and then by department. So I will tackle by type first. And then soon I get to take a break from talking, and each department is going to help me tackle by department.
Okay.
So let's look at our operating revenues first. So you'll see this kind of format throughout the presentation where we're looking at the 2020 budget, the 2020 actual, and the 2021 budget. So just to point out a few of the variances, tax, penalty, and interest, 2020, our actuals was less than budget, and that's because we waived penalty and interest for a few months at the beginning of COVID. Investment income, interest rates have gone down, not only on borrowing, but in what you earn on savings accounts and GICs and stuff like that too. So we took quite a hit in 2020 on our investment income. If we jump down to community center user fees, again, we had to close our community centers due to COVID in 2020. Derby and Kemble didn't open at all for 2020, and Shaw Lake was closed for several months. And then when we look at the other category and we look at actual, the reason why that number seems so high compared to budget is because we did receive some COVID funding to help us offset some of, our losses. We received a grant for our building condition assessments in 2020, and we used some of our modernization and efficiency grant to fund our Rec and Trails master plan and our org review. So when we look at the bottom line and we look at our 2020 budget compared to 2021 budget, we're not budgeting much of an increase in revenues. And, that's kind of a conservative approach for me, is revenues are really hard to predict. And especially with COVID and we don't know what's going to happen. So we kept the revenues pretty consistent with prior year budget. And hopefully we're able to generate a little bit more. But at this time, we're just not certain. Does anybody have any questions on operating revenues?
See no hands coming up, Cassie.
Thanks for keeping an eye on it for me, Mr. Mayor. So when we put all that into a graph, what you see is that we rely heavily on taxation to fund our operations. And this isn't unusual for a municipality, but one thing we did here in our 2021 budget survey is that our ratepayers are much more open to increasing user fees versus increasing taxation. So throughout this year, staff are going to take a look at our user fees and determine areas where we can increase those fees to break even on those services, or where we can implement new fees to try to generate more revenues and take some burden off of taxation. So I know one fee our director of operations is looking at is like a road occupancy fee. So those types of fees where we can put it back on the specific user as opposed to the entire tax base paying for it is what our residents said they would be satisfied with, basically, for 2021.
Cassie, a question on that, if you don't mind. When you say road occupancy, are you referring to a service going down along the side of our road? Is that what you're referring?
So what I'm referring to, and I hope I'm not stealing our director of operations thunder, but like if a contractor needs to do some work in our road allowance, there would be a fee for that because we have to go out and make sure that they've restored our road allowance to the state it was in prior to them commencing their work, right? So that inspection should be at the responsibility and cost of that contractor.
Okay, that makes sense. I see no, I do. Mr. Dolmer, go ahead.
So further to add more to the road occupancy permit, it also allows us to take a security as well from the contractors that are doing work within our right of way. So if they do any damages done, then the township would not be responsible. They would have securities to draw from to do the repairs required as well. So instead of us using taxpayers' money to repair the roads, we'd actually have securities to make sure that the roads are in a state of repair before us letting them off the hook.
Thanks for that, Steve. Go ahead, Councillor Colburn.
So Cassie, this is where we could possibly implement a fee or a permit for anyone operating short-term rentals.
Yes, you could implement fees for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was just hesitating because that's not really like a user fee because we're not providing them a service for that, but that would help to cover the cost of, the bylaw enforcement required for short-term rentals, stuff like that. So yes.
Al, any comments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, my only comment would be that, it's part of our responsibility is to look at every possible revenue source that's out there, whether it's from business licensing fees, whether it's from naming rights, whether it's sponsorship. We're going to look at all opportunities that are out there so that we can sort of, and the graph that's in front of you, that pie chart, we're hoping that the yellow taxation portion of that gets better dispersed and we have other alternative revenue sources. I think that's part of what our responsibility is to explore all of that, whether it's user fees or whatnot. We have to look at something else. I think we're all clear when you look at the financials, and we're not unique in this, is, the property taxpayer cannot afford going forward to shoulder the entire burden of the municipal costs. And it's something that I think we need to continue to lobby the provincial government for looking at alternative funding and revenue sources for lower tier municipalities. But part of what we need to do is take some responsibility as well and look to diversify our revenue sources. And that's part of what this graph shows, is that we are far too dependent on the property taxpayer, and we got to look at alternative sources as well.
Thanks, Al. See no other questions. So Cassie, go ahead.
Okay. So let me just get this full screen again. Okay. So this is the expenses, operating expenses by type that I was talking about earlier. So we are seeing, a close to $950,000 increase in operating expenses, and there's a number of reasons for that, which we're going to go through now. So, sorry, when we look at it by type, this is what the breakdown is. So 33% of our operating expenses is salaries and benefits. And that may seem like a big number, but what I did was I looked at some of our neighbors and what their percentage of operating expenses went to salaries and benefits. Meaford, 45% goes to their salaries and benefits. Chatsworth, 32%. South Bruce Peninsula, 35%. So we're kind of, other than Meaford, we're consistent with Chatsworth and South Bruce Peninsula. Local boards, we'll get into that a little bit later. But on this page, the one thing I did want to point out was legal fees. We are seeing a decrease in the budget for 2021, and that is because our land claim case is currently waiting for, I don't know if verdict's the right word, in phase 1 of the trial. So we're anticipating our legal costs related to that, the land claim case will be about $100,000 less than in 2020. We were in trial in 2020, so costs accumulated quickly. So this graph, just shows you that costs across the board are going up, really. You can see our 2020 actual in a few categories was higher than budget, and then the 2021 budget reflects those increases in 2020. So the first area we look at is salaries and benefits. So we're not going to go into too much detail for this budget today, and that is because we are still currently in our organization review and pay grid review process. But we have budgeted for anticipated recommendations and changes coming out of that review. Council will receive a detailed report and discussion from our org review consultants, I believe on April 21st. So like I said, we've included what we think is going to come out of that org review in these numbers. But council is not approving anything today, and you will have that presentation from the consultants prior to anything being approved. In these numbers, we have included the increase to council as approved by bylaw, the increase in the union hourly rates as approved in their collective agreement, and a slight increase in the non-union pay grid as per our current pay grid policy. But again, for the non-union folks, there is a compensation review currently ongoing with a market check to other municipalities in Ontario, and we are awaiting the results of that. Just to point out, these numbers also include the recommended changes as presented by our Director of Operations and Council last week or 2 weeks ago. So it does include an additional road supervisor and 3 additional public works attendants. So does council have any questions on salaries and benefits and the numbers presented before you today?
I do not see a hand up of any kind, Cassie. I guess everybody's happy.
Okay. So then another area, when we look at local boards, we've broken it out into several boards, and we'll go into ITFD and bio in a bit more detail. I have shown the airport as a local board just for tie-in of numbers, but we will go through the entirety of the airport budget later in this presentation. The library board, council did receive a presentation from the board for their 2021 budget. Grace Sobel, our levy is increasing as well. And Katie Arena, this is the agreement that we have with Chatsworth, that we will pay a portion of the operating costs of Katie Arena. So in 2020, our portion was $58,000. So we've increased our 2021 budget to be reflective of the actual costs.
Okay, seeing no questions, go ahead.
So I've included ITFD expenses in a bit more detail. We did go through this at council earlier this month. So I'm just going to present it at a very high level. But basically our increase are driven because of capital costs in 2021. So in 2020, we were negotiating with Meaford the potential takeover of the fire department 100% by Georgian Bluffs. So we kept costs lower, and we kept capital investment to zero, basically, because if we were going to take it over anyway, it didn't make sense to invest the capital in it in 2020. Now that those negotiations have been paused, we need to do some capital work at ITFD. And so for 2021, they're proposing a few projects, a Hearst combi tool, and I'm not going to go into detail what that is because I'm not quite sure. But we did apply for a grant for that tool, so hopefully we're successful in that. The fire hall currently doesn't have heat or air conditioning unit. They have baseboard heating and they have a window air conditioner. So it's time to upgrade that facility. The SCBA masks, that's kind of more COVID driven. Those are masks to keep our firemen safe when they attend calls. Bunker gear replacement, that's standard every year. Fire suits don't last forever. They do expire. So we replace a portion each and every year to keep on top of that. And per our building condition assessment report that was done for the fire station, it needs a new roof. And that roof is a flat roof and it's a little bit more expensive to just replace. So another driver in the increased expenses is basically the increase in costs. Because increase in calls. Because they have more fire calls, the cost to operate the fire department has gone up. And then you will see when we look at Georgian Bluffs capital contribution, in 2018 and in 2019, we contributed $150,000 in capital to the fire department. In 2020, it was zero. So 2021, we're proposing 108,000, and that just gets us back up to the prior levels we were at. So I know I went through that very quickly, but does council have any questions on the ITFD budget, which you did approve earlier this month, and we're just awaiting approval from Meaford Council, which might have been done this week. I will have to follow up on that.
I see no hands coming up, Cassie. Madam Clerk, do you agree?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there are currently no hands raised.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead,
So
Cassie.
now we're going to look at the bio budget really quickly. So this was presented to the board earlier this month. It was approved by the board, but it has yet to be approved by Georgian Bluffs or Chatsworth Council. So it will be coming forward to Georgian Bluffs Council for approval in April. We are looking at an increase from $60,000 in contributions to $98,000 in contributions for 2021. A number of capital works have been proposed, but the board was very clear in that they would like to see some of the results from the feasibility report before they with those replacements, before they approve those replacements. So all the capital projects have been budgeted to be funded from reserves. And once we get that feasibility report, we'll be able to decide if we're going to move forward with those projects. So any questions on the bio budget?
Councillor Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Cassie, total expenses $520,700. There was a study. Maybe I missed it. There was a study to be done on the feasibility of the biodigester and of mothballing it. Where is that going? And is Chatsworth still a willing partner or not?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Barfoot. Those studies are still ongoing. We are awaiting the results of both of those studies. And sorry, your last question, Chatsworth is still our partner and they're awaiting the results of those studies as well. I guess that's how I can best answer that.
Councillor Barfoot, does that answer your question?
Well, sort of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I see no other questions, Madam Treasurer, so I guess you go ahead.
Okay. So included in our operating budget is our principal and interest payments on our outstanding debt. So we only have 4 loans currently outstanding. The payment details are there for you to see. Our current interest rates are prime less, I believe it's 0.25%. So because interest rates have fallen, we are seeing a decrease in interest costs for 2021. 3 of those loans will be paid off within the next 5 years, which is great news. And as discussed earlier, I think loans are a great way to finance some of the bigger projects that we could have upcoming. So when you look at it, you know, some of these projects were millions of dollars. So it's a good way to spread out that impact over future years.
Okay.
Okay, so then services. So this makes up a big portion of our operating budget. 2.6 million is a lot. And the services that we currently are on contract for would be the OPP, and it's a 4-year agreement that we just renegotiated. And that'll be $1.65 million in 2021. Wyerton Fire, we contract those services for the north end of Keppel Township. That agreement again is coming due in June 2021, so we will renegotiate that agreement. Garbage and recycling, we just entered a 5-year agreement with Waste Management. With that agreement, we did see an increased cost. Animal control, that agreement is expiring as well, so our clerk is working on updating that agreement. Cemeteries, we did hire Vault Works to maintain our cemeteries, all of the open active ones, so Oxenden, Mount Pleasant, Boyd, and Big Bay. So that cost is actually quite difficult to budget because, you know, it's based on the number of burials that occur, the amount of times he has to cut the grass. So we do just look at, you know, an average cost for the last couple of years to come up with that budgeted number. And cobble sewage is not really a contracted service, but this was the place it best fit. So we collect the sewage revenue for cobble, and then we pay it back out to them. So it's really just an in and an out minus a 5% administration fee paid to us. So we just kept the budget consistent with prior year because it is an in and an out.
Okay, go ahead.
Insurance. Again, we've talked multiple times. We saw a 12.5% increase over prior year, which we fared well compared to some other local municipalities that saw their premiums increase anywhere from 6% to 50%. Staff have been working really hard to try to get our premiums down. I know our director of operations has been working very closely with our insurance provider, you know, to do some risk management and identify some processes and some policies that will help to drive that rate down. So staff are committed to trying to get our premiums down, and hopefully we see some results of our hard work for 2022.
Okay, go ahead.
So now we're into capital. So we're actually going to spend less on capital in 2021. And it's not that we didn't have, you know, a ton of projects that we identified that needed to move forward. It's that we were trying to present a budget that we thought council basically would approve. If we came in at the 19%, I don't think, I think our conversation today would be a lot different than the 3.46% increase in the tax rate we're presenting today. So we are proposing, you know, to invest a little bit less in capital in 2021. However, some of the things we're taking on in 2021 are to set us up for projects in 2022. So even though we did defer a lot of items for 2022, we recognize that 2022, there's going to be a lot of pressure on us to make some big capital investments.
Okay.
So when we look at our capital investments by area, the bulk of our costs are going towards operations and roads. So, fleet, bridges, roads. And when we did our 2021 budget survey, that's where the ratepayers were telling us they want that money to be spent. And it makes sense. That's our biggest amount of infrastructure that we have. So it makes sense that most of the capital expenses would go to that area. When we look at how we're funding our capital projects, 53% of our capital projects are being funded by taxation. 20% we're going to use reserves for, and 27% is grants. So that would be our gas tax funding, our OCIF funding. We received great news late last week. The feds are doubling our gas tax for 2021. So we're going to receive another $300,000. Staff are going to discuss how best to use those funds, but that's great news that we got a little bit more grant revenue coming in. Going forward, we need to apply for more grants. We need to have more shovel-ready projects available and ready to go when these grant opportunities come up. We need to apply for anything and everything we're eligible for to try to take some of the cost burden off of the tax base for capital projects. Okay.
Cassie, might I say, I wonder would council want to take a 3-minute break just to reset our minds before we proceed any further? I wonder if we maybe take a 3 or 5-minute break. And Madam Clerk, I cannot see everybody. I think I'm getting a majority of council saying we take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if council would like to move to take a 5-minute recess, then we will do so.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we are now live. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Colburn and Councillor Thompson, unless you have a question, would you take your hands down, please? Good. Councillor Thompson, your hand is still up. Cassie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So now we are going to go through the budget by department. And throughout this next portion, you're going to hear from our various managers and department heads to talk to you about, the services that their department provides, their work plans for 2021, as well as their capital asks and the funding they're requesting for 2021. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my screens right here. No. So I will detail the operating expenses in each section, and then I will let each department head take over and go through their requests for 2021. So the first section we'll talk about is council. So this is the council's operating budget for 2021. Not a lot of changes from 2020. We have incorporated the 2.2% increase in salaries and per diems as approved in the council remuneration bylaw. And then other than that, like the only changes you're really seeing are some adjustments for things such as mileage, with a lot of things being virtual this year. We're anticipating, less mileage paid to our counselors, less meals, yeah, really, really consistent with 2020. So one thing we always talk about as part of the budgeting process is donations. So I will be bringing forward a donation policy to council for review in May, but that won't be in place in time for our 2021 budget. So currently in our 2021 budget, I've budgeted $9,000 for donations. This is the same amount that was budgeted in 2020. But we have heard from a couple community groups asking, for a few bigger requests for 2021. So I haven't incorporated those requests in these numbers, but I'm looking for, a little bit of feedback from council on what you would like to see as a budgeted number for donations for 2021.
Council. Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was just looking at the donation requests for the physician recruitment and retention. I think what they had in mind was more of a contribution towards a reserve in the event that they get a doctor on the hook. Is that, are you just showing it there as it would be sort of that would be an annual amount that we would contribute, or what were you thinking, Cassandra?
So in the communication we got from them, they did send the clerk a letter basically saying that's the amount they're looking for. Whether we pay that or not, I think you might be correct in that it's dependent if they get a doctor or not. But either way, we still have to budget for that and have it available should they request it.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, it does. It does. So I think what if they get a physician, or if they land a physician, what they would be looking for is, probably in the order of between, it might be between 10 and 15. So I think it's wise for us to look at what our contribution, or how we will prepare for that contribution. I don't know that they have, I don't know if they're prepared to take a donation from us for each year in that amount. And I actually don't think we're in a position to want to do that, because once we send that money, we sort of lose all ability to direct those funds, if that makes sense.
Cassie, comment?
Whether we forward it to them or not, my comment would be we need to plan for it. So if that's something you're looking to support, we need to put it into the budget. And then, we can make sure that that's not forwarded to them unless they're in a position where they need it.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's not so much a question. I just think if we put it in donations and we come back next year and we have a donation for 3,000 that wasn't actualized, then we'll be in a position where we'll be wondering about it. So I'm okay with us doing it however we decide.
Okay. Before I go to Deputy Mayor Carlton, Madam Treasurer, none of these funds are paid out unless the group applies for it. Is that correct?
Correct. So what happens is we budget for it, but I need written correspondence from them in order to actually send it to them, which is why you'll see in 2020 there was some amounts budgeted for various organizations, but we didn't actually forward them the funds because I never received written correspondence from them letting me know that they were still operating in 2020 and still needed that funding.
Okay, that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Carlton, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of my questions would be to do with, I know in other areas, if we budget a certain amount and then we don't spend it, we put the extra into a reserve. Do we do that for donations? I'm looking at that one for Reach Grey Bruce, they're asking 30,000. So if we were actually putting excess into reserves each year for specifically that, we'd be able to match something like that at some point without a problem. So do we do that, or is it just gone at the end of the year?
We do not currently do that, but if that's a practice that council would like to start, we can revise our reserve fund and reserve policy to establish a reserve for that purpose.
If I may comment further, I think that actually might be a good idea for things like the physician recruitment, where if they come back and they say, okay, we need 5,000 and we've actually got some set aside, and maybe we put a maximum limit that we would keep set aside in a reserve there. It would allow us to then continue to give without having to have that funds budgeted from taxation each year.
So I would recommend that I bring that forward as part of the donation policy. And so in that policy, we can put that we're going to establish a reserve for that purpose, and then council can determine what they feel is an appropriate balance in that reserve, as well as what they would like to see in the operating budget for contributions to that reserve each year.
It sounds like a great idea. Councillor Barfoot, I've seen your hand was up. Are you still wanting to ask the question or not?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If perhaps my question should wait until we have a meeting later on about donations. I have a bit of a concern, although it may be a good organization, for a request for $30,000. I can't agree with that. That is more than the entire donation fund that we set aside. So my only concern. I like to see us contribute, but I don't like when they come with a huge amount like that.
Cassie, is this $30,000 in the budget right now, or is it just a proposed?
Only $9,000 is currently in the budget, which is why I was looking for council direction if you wanted that number to be increased or not.
Could we could we handle that on a better discussion when you bring your report forward to council? Would that not be a better time to do it, Cassie?
So what I propose we do is leave the $9,000 in the budget as budgeted for 2021. Then as part of that donation policy, we will establish what we want the reserve balance to be, and we can transfer an amount from working capital in order to fund that balance. And then that way there's not an impact on the 2021 budget.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Coburn, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to our treasurer, Cassie. I'm looking forward to getting this policy for donations finalized. We go through this, it seems, every year. It's a haphazard process, and I feel for the folks who are asking for these donations. And so I'm looking forward to that policy, and I'd rather make some decisions down the road. You mentioned about a reserve fund possibly for donations. I may have missed it earlier in the presentation, and if I did, apologies, but within our reserves account, do we actually have specified reserve funds? And if we do, if they're earmarked in separate envelopes, can we see a breakdown of that at some point in time in the near future? Thank you.
Cassie?
So yes, Councillor Coburn, we do have it in separate funds, and those schedules are actually included in your budget package. You do not have the hard copy, but I believe they were attached as additional schedules in the digital copy.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Pringle, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There, yeah, I'm in agreement with Carol on that REACH program. There, 30,000 seems to be quite an ask off the start. When I know we've earmarked 9,000 wherever towards it. That's great, but just to be totally honest with us, everybody here, what we give the Royal Canadian Legions is truly an embarrassment in my eyes. $50, I wouldn't pay their hydro bill for a month. Right, and those people are struggling more than it'd be nice to see us do more for the Legions. Those folks are slowly disappearing quicker than not as of right now. I'd like to see us do a little more with some money if possible for the Royal Canadian Legions just moving forward, if that's a possibility. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. I'm wondering, Cassie, would this be able to get a better discussion once you bring your report back to council, and then we could have a better discussion on it? Would that be the appropriate time?
Yes, yes. So I'm just not sure that report will come before or after when I'm looking for the budget to be formally approved, but I can work on that timing internally.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I should just clarify when I mentioned that about the REACH Grey Bruce, I wasn't saying that I would be in favor of giving 30,000 to one group, but just that if a request such as that came in a year and it was something that all of council felt we were in favor of, it would be nice to have a little bit of a reserve there we could fall back on and utilize. And I do agree with Councillor Pringle. I think the amount we give the Legions is rather pitiful, so it might be nice to be able to do a little more for them as well. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, and before I turn it back to you, Cassie, Mr. CAO, you can see this seems to be a very important topic for council. Any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to all of council. Part of what our treasurer said is we are working on a report that will come forward to council soon, and it's really putting a process around donations. You know, there has to be a process around it. There has to be a gating process. There has to be a validation, and there needs to be a timeline. The last thing that we would like is for people to come in at all. You know, the way it's structured now, if you've got $9,000 in your budget and someone comes to council and starts to ask, it's almost come and get it while it's still here because it's first in, first out, and then you might run out of money where you've got other people coming later on in the year asking for donations, and that's never a good thing to sort of put council in or sort of the those who are requesting money. And so the process will have a defined timeline. It'll have an intake. It'll have a validation of those requests. It'll come to council so that we'll know in the year in advance of what we need to budget for, and it'll go through a process where council will validate and staff will put defined criteria around the donation process, so that we're not putting council in a position of having to say yes or no to certain individuals at different times and have limitations on what you can do. So that'll all come forward in the coming months, and I think you'll find the process to be a little better and a little sort of less restrictive than what you have now.
Thanks, Hal. Councilor Barfoot, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. CAO, for explaining that. I can't be any more blunt than to say, why are we even muddying the waters by what it says? It's an additional request. I think an additional request of $30,000 at this time is way beyond our meetings, and I don't even think our treasurer should put it in there for consideration. That's only my opinion.
Thank you, Councilor Barfoot. Please go ahead.
Okay, so clarity for it. Okay.
That's correct.
All departments use salaries and benefits as detailed before. Council will get a detailed presentation from our org review consultants in a few weeks to go through how those numbers were arrived at. Computer support licenses and software, we are seeing an increase there, and that is simply because in 2020 we were forced to go virtual on a lot of things. And to go virtual, we needed support. So we paid Infinity more to get our systems up and going to facilitate working from home. And we're anticipating further support and commitment is needed for 2021. Postage and freight, you see a reduction in the budget for 2021, and that is because we are really encouraging our ratepayers to sign up for online billing. So tax bills, water bills, facility bills, you can sign up, get it to your email. It avoids any lost mail. It makes sure you receive your invoices and bills in a timely fashion. We did see a bit of an uptick in this service early 2021, and we're hoping that continues. Legal fees, I mentioned this earlier. We're anticipating a significant reduction in the fees for 2021 because our land claim trial is currently out for verdict. 2020, we were in the midst of phase 1 of the trial, and our lawyers were very busy, and which is why you're seeing that increased cost. And then one thing I did wanted to point out was advertising promotion. We have increased the budget for 2021, and that's because what we're hearing from council and councilors is that you want more communication to our ratepayers. You want our ratepayers to be more engaged. You want staff to better communicate the happenings of the township to them. So we have increased the budget to help us support us in those initiatives. And then the last item I wanted to point out was under other services, the actuals. So the actuals were quite higher for 2020, and that is because included in that cost were the CAO services we purchased from Grey County for a few months at the beginning of 2020. That is where those costs are captured. So does the council have any questions on the administration operating budget?
The floor is open, council. Any questions? Seeing none, Cassie, I guess we'll carry on then.
Okay, so now I'm going to take a break from talking and I'm going to turn it over to first our CAO to go through the services of the office of the CAO, and then he will be having our clerk and our HR manager help him out with the other services provided by what I'm titling administration.
Okay, the floor is yours, Al.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Treasurer. Great presentation to date, and now take a well-deserved break. So what you'll see, council, now is department heads are going to go through. Brittany's got her hand up.
Thank you all. If I can just request a brief 1-minute break. We're having difficulties with our YouTube live stream. So if you could just bear with us while we get this fixed.
Thank you. We shall wait.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Just a brief technical glitch there. Mr. CAO, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to start, but by no means going to end. There's going to be an opportunity for council to hear from every department head, sort of get an understanding of what they do within their department, some of the challenges and opportunities that they've identified for 2021, give you some highlights in terms of their individual budget requests, some of the things that they currently are, some of their priority items, some of their work plan items, and then an opportunity at the end of each section for council to ask some questions of themselves. Our treasurer, of course, is on the line and can answer some financial detailed questions, but the intent really is for council to hear from every one of our department heads and really understand some of the services that they're offering and some of the requests for 2021. On the next slide, what you have here is sort of some of the services that are being offered through the CAO's office, and you'll see it's basically oversight over all of the various departments and provide council with some advice for decision making. It's really to provide some oversight and leadership and direction over the administration. Next slide. Some of the highlights from the work plan, and this is just some of the things that we've identified as part of the presentation, but you can see things such as, working with the feasibility study on the future of our airport, the biodigester feasibility study, and I think I've heard some questions on both of those today, and I can assure you that both of those feasibility studies are in draft. I've seen initial drafts of both of those studies, and so those are coming to council shortly for your review and consideration, and the opportunity to ask a lot of questions and get some more understanding on what the future of those two facilities will look like. Part of what we've talked about, of course, is climate change, and we had our special council meeting last week to talk about the importance of climate change, and that's certainly on our work plan. You've heard a lot, and I think some councillors have also talked about the importance of grants, and part of what we're talking about as a management team is really looking at an opportunity that we have a grant mining strategy, and really that is an opportunity for us to mine for every grant and every subsidy that's out there and put in an application and really look for additional revenue opportunities. We haven't done that yet, and we haven't done that because there is some concern with that. The more money you get, the more expectation you have to follow in terms of delivering that with those grants and subsidies. Oftentimes they're tied to timelines, and they're tied to some funding that you have to match as well, or you have to co-fund. And we need to make sure that we've got the resources in place, that have the bandwidth and the expertise in place to actually deliver on those programs and the money that you actually get to do things. So that's one of the things that we're looking at right now and strategizing. One of the things that's very important in my mind is to provide council with a dashboard or a performance matrix. We've talked about this, how important it is that council and our residents can look at a dashboard on our website or electronically to see some of the things that we're working on, the status of those things, and really provide some additional opportunity for transparency and communication with our ratepayers, but also with council and staff, so the council can see exactly what staff are working on and hold us accountable to make sure we're doing what we say we're going to be doing it, when we're doing it, and on budget. Of course, I don't need to sort of harp on that, but the Trails Master Plan is something that we're diligently working on. It's something that the community is passionate about, and we've committed in 2021 to finalize something that hopefully will make everyone content on that matter. And then part of what we're looking at as well is more strategic items, something like a council orientation, and looking at what that means for the next term of council. We're cognizant of the fact that you're not that far away. It's going to be October of 2022 where you'll have the next election. And part of what we need to put our heads around is a council orientation and a package around that, so that not only if some council members are returning, but if they're going to have new council members as well, what does that orientation package look like? And how do we set up our elected members of council for success so that they understand exactly the tools that are available to them and fully understand the municipal process? Development charges we talked about a little bit earlier, but those are the sort of a sampling of some of the items that are on our work plan. Aggressive, yes. Doable, yes. Are we going to be busy? Yes, we are. But you'll see that we're going to try to do in terms of the culture in the organization is not to overpromise and underdeliver. So part of what we're going to do is identify the priorities that we think are the most important, and we're going to work our tails off to get those done, and that's our commitment to you. On the next slide, and this was just sort of for illustration, but just to let you know, part of what we're looking at as well, corporate-wide, we applied to the Canada Summer Job Program. We're looking specifically in the CAO's office for 2 students. Part of what the rationale is twofold, really. If you can get $1 worth of wages and only pay 25 cents for it, we should apply for those every time, every opportunity we get. We do know that staff are operating at more than 100% capacity right now, and the bandwidth is very tight. So the more help we can get from a resourcing perspective and pay 25 cents on the dollar, we're going to attempt to do that every and each time. But it also provides some of our students, some of our youth in our community, an opportunity to get to know municipal government. It helps them get some practical work experience as well. It sets up our youth for success later on in life. For any of you who sort of have gone through the process and had summer jobs, it's an important development tool. It's good for our youth. And so we've done some applications there to see if we can get a couple of students to come in and help us do some research, some benchmarking, and really develop some business cases, help with some tourism and branding development. So you're going to see some of that. And part of our philosophy is really to look at as much help as we can without not necessarily paying $1 if we don't have to. And that's part of what we're doing. The next slide. I'm going to pass this over now to our clerk. Brittany's been working a lot with Brian on technology, and she'll give you some oversight on what's happening for 2021.
Brittany,
unless there's
go
any
ahead.
questions for me on those slides.
Seeing no questions, Al, I guess you're off the hook.
For now.
Go ahead, Brittany.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. CAO. So to discuss technology, I think if we could all put a name on 2020, we would name it the year of technology. While we all did a very good job of acclimatizing to the new environment, being our new virtual environment, that was as a result of the pandemic. I think the COVID-19 pandemic also identified some areas, specifically in the technology world, that we were lacking and that warrant some improvement. So today I'm going to outline some of the upgrades that we're proposing, as well as some of the new services that we're looking at implementing in 2021. So to begin, I'll deal with our upgrades as you see in front of you. So our upgrades are completed on a 4-year defined useful life cycle. So that's where you see a few of these asks coming from, including the new computer hardware, as well as the cell phone replacements. These specific lines have exceeded their useful life expectancy and therefore require upgrading. Which brings us to the replacement of the secondary backup printer. As you'll see there, we've noted that costs to repair the existing printer simply outweigh those of purchasing a new one. So we are proposing that we upgrade that unit by purchasing a new one, not repairing the existing unit. I can say personally, I've used it a few times and try to avoid it at all costs. So that is definitely a welcomed addition by staff. Our two biggest components and the most impactful components are the rebuilding of the server to a Windows Server 2019. We struggle a lot at the office at times with Wi-Fi provision especially. This will help us identify some efficiencies in that regard. And again, it's just coming back to useful life. A lot of our technology needs upgrading, and I think we've seen the evidence of that in the over the course of the pandemic. Additionally, we're looking to upgrade all users to a Office 365 program rather than that of Office 2013. This is very important, I would argue, especially to meet the needs of staff. We are all held to a higher standard with accessibility under the AODA. Upgrading Office 365 from 2013 incorporates an accessibility checker that will allow all staff to ensure that all documents that come out of our township office meet the highest level of accessibility standards. And additionally, it helps us improve internal security as well. And Cassie, go ahead.
Madam, before you move on, since I'm not a IT guru in any way, the question, upgrading the server and so on, does that mean we have to expand our server closet, or do we have enough capacity there to make it work?
We will not have to expand our server closet.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Treasurer, if I could just request that you go back one. Thank you. So now let's tackle new technology. So first, we're requesting purchase of security cameras for all of our facilities at a cost of $10,000. This will include all road shops, Shallow Lake Community Center, as well as water depots. This is something we arguably should ideally have already existing and in place. However, we do not, so we are proposing to have this implemented in 2021. Again, this goes back to security and ensuring that we are doing all that we can to protect our assets. The thing I am most excited about, and I know Brian is excited as well, is our IT modernization line. So as you can see, is we have included $30,000 approximately at this time to cover what I'm calling a two-phased modernization approach. Both phases will be implemented throughout 2021. The first phase will happen in spring/summer of 2021 and will involve a phone system upgrade, moving us to more of a VoIP system rather than that of the hard lines that we currently have installed at the office. This will assist our public in getting faster, more reliable assistance from those of us that work in the office and from those of us that work remotely. And Cassie, I'm just going to share my screen here. And just confirming that everyone can see that.
I can.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, we're looking at a two-phased approach. The first phase involves a upgrade to our phone system in which anyone can call into the office and be connected to whomever they are looking to speak with, wherever that individual may be. So for example, if our building department is out on the road and they need to speak with our building officials, we can simply transfer them to their cell phones, an opportunity that we currently don't have at the township. So we're looking at implementation of that, as well as what I'm calling a work order management system. So this system will invite the public to create work order tickets via our website or email or telephone, etc. And it will automatically track all of the outstanding work orders, how long staff are taking to get back to the public, how long the ticket is open, as well as ongoing issues that we are currently facing. So it will give us more data as to where our time is being spent and what issues require more attention. And those metrics will be available for council's review on a regular basis. In phase 2, which will be fall of 2021, we're implementing or looking at implementing a public service portal. So this portal will integrate all of our online services that we currently have, including online payments, cloud permit, this work order management system, and etc., and place it into one neatly placed together public portal where the residents of the township can come to get any type of service that is available online. So we're hoping that that will help people, one, not feel as though they have to call into the office for every question that they have, and two, allow staff to divert some of the questions back to the public portal. We also will hopefully find great use of this in the 2022 election in spreading the word to people about how they can vote, registering on the voters list, and etc. And again, this all just ties back to modernization, and I think we've all identified this as a priority out of the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, we're very excited to see where we can go with this. And that brings me to the end of my technology spiel. Mr. Mayor, do we have any questions?
You have one from the mayor.
Okay.
On your $30,000 upgrades and so on, is that something that you put out an RFP for, or use our present suppliers? Just explain that, please.
No problem. So as it is a multi-phase project, there are multiple costs associated with that $30,000. I am currently preparing a report to council that will outline what has been quoted, what has been single sourced, etc. And worth noting, and Cassie, feel free to jump in at any point here, this $30,000 is funded through the modernization grant program. It is not funded by taxation. Do we have
comments?
Questions?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I would only say as well that all the procurement will follow our procurement bylaw, and you will see that in the report that's being drafted for you now, so for council's consideration.
Thank you, Al. I see no questions, Madam Clerk, so go ahead.
Thank you. So now to tackle the clerk's portion. So briefly, we have outlined the services that apply to each department. So to begin, as you all know, the clerk's department is solely responsible for council and committee administration. That includes councils and all of the committees that council establishes, everything from agenda preparation to minute preparation to scheduling, correspondence out of council meetings, policy creation, report writing, and etc. And we've also seen, again, a lot of that technology portion come over to the clerk's department just as a result of the virtual meetings and the increased demand as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, we administer all licensing programs, including the creation of the business licensing program in 2021, as formerly discussed by council. Further, we are administering the animal control contract that our treasurer also noted will expire at the end of this year. So council will see an update to that contract later on this year, likely in the second quarter. We are also responsible for all cemeteries, both active and inactive within the township. And as our treasurer also noted, we manage the contract with Owen Sound Vault Works that is currently in effect for maintenance of our active cemeteries. Technology and economic development, we place economic development here very loosely in that we simply try to correspond with our local businesses, and this came as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and, increased demand on our small businesses. We're also solely responsible for accessibility, both electronic and hard copy, bylaws, creation, storage, updating, etc. Records management, which will form a large discussion of our budget meeting here today. Freedom of information, commissioning, elections, again, a large portion of our discussion here today in preparation for 2022. Emergency management currently, and as well as communications. And we'll talk a lot about communications here today and what staff can do to improve communications with our public. So when considering the services that we offer in the clerk's department, we have identified a few key goals here for 2021, being our 2021 work plan. And again, we reference the 2022 election preparation, including, as our CAO outlined, a revamp of our orientation program, including interviews to be hosted with all of the seated members. Further to that, our council remuneration committee will be called in 2021 to update the remuneration policy prior to the year of the election. We're also looking at a volunteer and citizen recognition program. As you'll recall, this direction was given previously, I believe in 2019, to create a program and a committee to administer it. Records management, which I'm not going to expand upon very much right now because it follows in the following slides. The business licensing program, which will consolidate all of our current licensing programs. The animal control services renewal, council orientation review, again, referring back to that election preparation. We're reviewing all of our cemetery procedures just to update them and bring them to a more online platform. A comprehensive bylaw review, which will include consultation with all active departments as to which bylaws require updating, which require repeal, and etc. Again, that online services public engagement portal that will come in fall of 2021, and AODA training for all members of staff. As you'll recall, in 2021, all public sector municipalities included were held to a higher standard under the AODA. So I am putting together some training for all of our staff to ensure that we are meeting those requirements. And again, we come back to that technology update in regards to the Office 365 update. And again, communications, just looking at how we can better communicate with our public and ensure that engagement is a top priority. Cassie, I'll turn it over to you now.
Go ahead, Cassie.
Thank you, Brittany. So this just details the operating budget for the cemeteries. So it's stuck in the clerk section because the clerk is responsible for administering our cemeteries. And again, no big increases here from prior year. And again, it is difficult to anticipate the costs associated with the cemeteries, as we don't know how many burials there will be or what maintenance vault works will be required to do. But if council has any questions on this budget, please feel free to ask.
Does council have any questions? See none, Cassie?
Okay, so in moving forward, we've now reached the project portion for the clerk's department. So as I mentioned, records management will take a lot of our time this year and a lot of our attention. So records management is a responsibility of each municipality under Section 254 of the Municipal Act. We are responsible to maintain records in a secure and accessible manner. Unfortunately, to date, this has not been a high priority of the township, which is what we are correcting in 2021. So in 2021, we are looking at organization-wide records management being electronic as well as hard copy. In 2016, township staff did purchase FileHold, which is an electronic management system, which speaks directly to TomRIMS, which is a hard copy records management system. So currently we have the resources and the software to do this. We just have not appropriately implemented it thus far. So in the clerk's department in 2021, we are looking to reintegrate the practices of records management, both electronic and hard copy, with the resources that we already have. Now, this project will take investment, both hard and soft. Soft being organization-wide buy-in and a change in culture, a change in the way that we store things, the way that we access documents. It is an improvement. It will just take buy-in and legwork to ensure that we get where we need to be. The hard financial investment that we're proposing is $15,000 for a reintegration of the FileHold software, as well as $13,000 for a student, simply to help us come on board, scan the hard copy materials that are not yet available in electronic format, and ensure that they are saved in their appropriate metadata folders. Part of that $15,000 is to, as I say, reintegrate FileHold, bring it up to its software status that it currently exists in, and provide training to all of the staff, which then again ties into that soft investment being the staff buy-in. And one fun fact is eScribe and FileHold actually speak to each other. They integrate. So whenever we create, and as a reminder, eScribe is our agenda management software. So whenever we create a report, being a staff report or agendas, minutes, etc., we can assign the metadata in the background that will then save any document to its appropriate space in our electronic management software. So that eScribe build-in is also included in that $15,000 ask to get this project going. And with that, I have included a couple of pictures here. So I don't mean to be alarming. However, this is our cleanest vault at the moment. So we do have multiple versions of these spaces located throughout the township. So as you can see, this is a large undertaking. It will require a lot of work, a lot of staff time, a lot of resources, and will continue beyond 2021. So this ask in 2021 is simply to get the project going and ensure that we continue to high it to a highest standard beyond 2021. And with that, Mr. Mayor, do we have any questions of council?
Seeing none, but Madam Clerk, I do have a question.
Okay.
Looking at your picture, I was just curious about all the massive bunch of drawings that the municipality gets throughout the year. Will they be put on computer, or you still have to keep the actual drawing?
So whatever is located in an electronic version is also located in a hard copy version. So we're simply just integrating the electronic piece to ensure that everyone can access documents in an easy and accessible manner. But to answer your question, yes, it would be my intention to hopefully have an electronic version of those files, but that would come in the 2021 and beyond portion of that. In 2021, we're just looking to implement best practices and ensure that we can find success in moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Barfoot, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brittany, do we still have records stored at the former Sarawak office?
That's correct, we do.
So this cleanup that you're doing, will that involve moving all those records to the township office?
At least in the beginning, yes, to identify what needs to go where. But yes, it's looking at all of the existing hard copy documents and ensuring they are being retained per retention schedules.
Thank you, Brittany.
And do we have any other questions, Mr. Mayor?
Cannot see any other questions, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So as you can see, records management will be an ongoing discussion as we move through the years to come and the remainder of 2021. So that brings me to my second ask, being closed meeting recordings. So we've briefly discussed this in the past as a council, and I'm recommending that we move forward with the audio integration in 2021. So we've included an estimated cost of $2,000 to get the audio portion up and running. And to clarify, I am not recommending that we video record closed session meetings, simply audio record them. So this $2,000 is very conservative. I don't anticipate it coming in near $2,000, as the audio recording capability can be built into the equipment that we purchased in 2020 to facilitate virtual meetings and live streaming, etc. Now, that doesn't mean that our closed sessions will be live streamed by any means. It just means that we have the capability in-house to currently do this. We just have to rework a couple of things. This comes as an ask to you out of the Ontario Ombudsman's Office. So as you're all aware, the Ontario Ombudsman was appointed in 1975 by the Ombudsman's Act and is an overseeing body within the province of Ontario to ensure fairness, accountability, and etc. The township appointed the Ontario Ombudsman as our closed session meeting investigator in 2019. And they release meeting best practices on a regular basis, which has been updated to include audio recording of closed sessions. So we are simply meeting the best practices of the Ontario Ombudsman's Office and ensuring we are doing our due diligence in hosting any type of closed meeting.
Councillor Colburn, I see you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Brittany. I'm happy to see that this is going to be happening. I'm guessing that the audio recording, rather than the full video, is a cost-related measure. I wonder if you could confirm that. And also, I've heard recently that this is actually beyond a recommendation for best practice, but that it's going to become a requirement down the road. I wondered if you could comment on whether you've heard that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. The audio recording, that's correct. It does come out of a cost related zone. But with that being said, currently, I would be hesitant to work in video simply because at this point, I don't think we have the staff capacity to ensure that the audio recordings are not going where they're not supposed to be, frankly. So once we have those internal safeties place or those internal redundancies built in, then we can look at upgrading it to be video recording as well. But to get us up and running this year, it is my recommendation that we simply move to an audio recording. And as for it becoming a mandated service down the road, I have not heard anything to that effect, but it would not surprise me.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I do not see any other questions.
Perfect. That wasn't so bad. And with that, we'll move on to climate action, which I'm going to provide a very high-level overview of simply because we had our special council meeting on March 24th to discuss the climate action planning process and the financial impact of doing so. So with that, I've identified our work plan for the Climate Action Committee in 2021 and moving beyond 2021. So as a check, council can give themselves a big pat on the back because we've already taken a big first step, being establishment of the Climate Action Committee. We've established the climate action planning as a priority throughout 2021 and beyond. Our next steps are to create and implement a climate action plan, as well as onboard a consultant to help us implement and create said plan, as well as to work collaboratively with Grey County and our other local lower tiers. In 2021, we are seeking $50,000 in budget funding to cover membership in BARC, being Building Adaptive and Resilient Communities. That's a $20,000 one-time fee, as well as commence the process, including creation of an RFP and onboarding of a climate action consultant to help us commence this planning process. Additionally, in moving beyond 2021, we are seeking a total of $150,000, including that $50,000 in 2021 over the next 3 years. And that brings us to our grant portion for the climate action profile or umbrella. So all of these costs we recognize are Councillor Barfoot, if I could ask you to enable your mute for me. Thank you. So all of these costs we recognize come at a cost to the township, which is why staff are dedicated to mining for grants. Further to our CAO's comments earlier, we are looking at all the opportunities, not just applicable to climate action, but township-wide to help reduce the financial impact to the township overall. So in considering the climate action profile, there are currently grants that exist simply for this purpose, including those available through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as well as the Municipal Energy Plan Program, which is a provincial program that is available to assist municipalities in the climate action planning process, with available funding of up to $90,000 for creation of the plan and $25,000 for its maintenance and implementation. So following onboarding of our consultant, we will be looking at how we can go about attaining those funds and what the processes involve. And with that, that's the end of my spiel. Does council have any questions about the climate action plan prior to my passing it off to Janet?
The floor is open to council. Any questions? See no questions. Brittany, thank you very much for that.
No problem. And Janet, you're up.
Go ahead, Jan.
Oh, thank you, Brittany. So I'm going to be doing, my first couple of slides will be an overview of the way human resources supports both management and staff at the township. Next slide, please. So recruitment, you need a up-to-date job description in order to have a successful recruitment. The job description will be used to create the job postings. So from the job description, we move to job postings, do pre-screening of applicants, create job-specific interview questions. From there, we schedule interviews, conduct interviews, and then move on to the reference checking. Once we have a successful candidate in mind, we prepare the employment agreement and then do onboarding of that new employee. One last thing that we do in the recruitment process is monitor the end dates of all contract positions and then renew them when necessary. Offboarding, sorry, if you could back up, please. Offboarding, we conduct exit interviews and ensure the return of township property, terminate the employees from group benefits in the pension plan if it's applicable. And we also communicate payroll information to finance. So for example, status changes, pay changes, benefits start and termination dates and address changes, things like that. So we have to have very good communication between human resources and the payroll department. The collective agreement. So part of the human resources manager's role is to interpret a collective agreement for all of the all of the Georgian Bluffs unionized staff and the inter-township fire departments. We manage all the grievance processes and participate in the renegotiation of collective agreements. From the administrative standpoint, we ensure that we have proper maintenance and confidentiality of all of our personnel files, medical information, and training records, and we track seniority for all staff. little change here on the health and safety. The HR manager is no longer going to be the chair of the, or co-chair of the health and safety committee. It's going to be another manager at this point, and the human resources manager's role will be more of a coordinator on that committee. We'll take minutes and ensure that any action items that come from that committee are followed through on. And another big role of the HR manager is to liaise with the Ministry of Labor as needed. Administration of benefit and pension plans. So the HR department is the main point of contact for staff and management with questions concerning the benefit and pension plans. For the OMERS pension plan, we do all of the enrollments. We do the leave reportings, year-end reporting, and terminations. Benefits, same. We do enrollments, any changes. So if an address change, a birth of a child, things like that, and the termination. And we also assist in the procurement of new plans, manage short-term disability plan, manage long-term disability plans, coordinate the return to work process for staff returning from a disability and requiring any accommodations. We coordinate all that with the appropriate department. Manage all WSIB and submit all the necessary employer forms related to WSIB claims. And as far as the annual performance review process, the Human Resources Department is basically the one who coordinates the entire process and ensures that all staff receive a performance appraisal every year. Work plan for 2021. So one of the big things this year is to review all human resources policies. The human resources policies need to be reviewed every 3 years. And it just so happens that this year is that year for all of the human resources policies. So that's going to be spread out over the year. There's about approximately 40 policies that have to be reviewed and possibly be revised. We're going to also be developing some new policies, including a staff code of conduct and a confidentiality policy. The staff code of conduct policy was developed at direction from council, and it has been completed, and it will be presented at the next committee of the whole. Also be reviewing the PPE purchase process. We feel that there's a better way to manage that process to ensure that all staff are getting the appropriate PPE based on the job that they're doing. We're also going to be formalizing onboarding and offboarding processes. We feel that they can be a bit more robust. For example, there are many things that you need to do to onboard a staff member. So just a simple thing as developing a checklist to ensure that everything that needs to be done is done in order for that staff member to come on board and feel welcome. We feel it's very important that there aren't any glitches. I've worked for organizations before where a staff member's come on board and they don't have their email yet. So this checklist will enable a smooth transition for staff to become on board, and the same with offboarding. We want to make sure that everything is in place to make that smooth for both payroll, human resources, the staff member. Student placement program. Right now, the township does not have a formal student placement program. So what I'm going to be doing this year is developing that program to ensure that we have safety measures in place, that students, when they come on board, have all the required training. We are protected ourselves for things such as WSIB claims. Yeah, that's about it for the student placement program. Analyze workloads by department. So this is on the work plan. We're going to be sending out questionnaires to all staff to find out what work they do, and then look at that and revise all of our job descriptions and go from there to develop a better understanding of our staff and what they're doing. Labor Management Committee with our SEIU Local 2. This is a new committee that we've developed this year. We've actually had a preliminary meeting to develop our terms of reference and determine determine who will be on the committee. So it's going to be the Human Resources Manager, the Director of Operations, the Chief Union Steward, another union member, and our CAO and the SEIU representative will be ad hoc members of that committee. We have our first committee meeting coming up on Thursday, and I have to say that I think the union it's a IB Excellence Program is just something that I'm going to be looking into. I don't know very much about it at this point, but my understanding is there's different thresholds that an organization needs to meet, and the more thresholds you meet, I believe eventually it can give you the ability to reduce your WSIB premiums. And it also has other benefits, you know, i.e. it reduces hazards and the risk of incidents and illness, and it increases the health and safety culture within an organization. So we're hoping that that's something that we can move forward with later this year. And another program that we're looking at is an employee wellness program. So again, it's something that I haven't looked into yet, but I can see some benefits, you know, such as reduced sick time costs, reduced stress, greater productivity, increased morale, improved working relationships with other staff members. One thing that we're going to be doing is holding an all-staff half-day meeting, hopefully the end of May. And, you know, I think that's just one example of ways that we can increase morale, open communication between management and staff. And that is it for me. So does anybody have any questions for Human Resources?
Thank you, Janet. Does council have any questions? Seeing none, well laid out plan. Janice, thanks very much for that.
You're welcome.
So let's move on with, I guess, finances up again. Cassie?
I'm back. Okay, so I will detail finances, duties, and work plans for 2021. I'm going to go very quick, high level. We don't have any capital or enhancement requests for 2021. We're not looking for any additional funding. And I'll go through our operating budget once I go through our services. So basically, if cash is coming in or cash is coming out, we have a hand in it. And not just for Georgian Bluffs, but also for the airport, for the biodigester, for ITFD. And I think that's one big thing council needs to keep in mind is we're not only keeping Georgian Bluffs books in order, we have two other organizations we're doing the accounting for as well. And that's the biodigester and Township Fire Department. So, you know, it is a lot of administration on our end for those two boards as well. So customer service and cash receipts, that's cash in. And that's the front desk role, Shelley. What you don't know that she also does is she deals with all general inquiries that come in. She's the first person that ratepayers see when they come into the office, and she tries to address their questions before sending them to other departments. She does our bank runs for us. We update ownership changes in the finance department, and that's to keep our records accurate as per sales listings and notifications from lawyers that changes have taken place. And we also offer a pre-authorized payment plan. So our cash receipts person does that for us as well, in that we calculate a monthly amount for your tax or your water payment, and we take that right from your account so that you don't have to remember to pay us. And that's a service that the township offers to our ratepayers free of charge. So when we look at accounts payable, that's money going out. So our accounts payable clerk pays all of our bills, and not just for us, for bio and ITFD as well. And They also, follow up on monthly statements, making sure everything's been appropriately captured and paid. And the AP clerk also happens to be the co-chair of the Health and Safety Committee. So it does take quite a bit of her time as well. So she's not just doing finance, she's doing health and safety in addition to that. Accounts receivable, that's invoices generated to get money in. So that's tax bills, water bills, facilities rentals, lease agreements, and again for bio and ITFD as well. And I know I keep emphasizing that, but it is a lot of work on those individuals too. She also does tax adjustments throughout the year. So SUPs, OMITs, SCIFs, PRANs, TIAs, and that was a lot of abbreviations, but basically any adjustments to assessment, she takes care of. And we get those notifications from MPAC multiple times throughout the month, and we process those as soon as we receive them. Dog tag administration is another thing that we do. We send out the invoices, reconcile those payments, and we also take care of central purchasing. So anything used at the office supplies, right now, PPE, water, whatever it might be, we purchase, or the finance department purchases for the office. Finance also takes care of payroll and everything that comes with it for both Georgian Bluffs and ITFD. So we do the remittances for CRA deductions, WSIB, OMERS. We work closely with human resources to investigate any pay discrepancies and to assist her in processing changes such as step increases, terminations, things like that. And then the general. So we're responsible for year end. We're just finishing up Georgian Bluffs year end, and then we're done for another year. Yay. We take care of 3 budgets like this one today, which, it takes us a few months to get these things pulled together. And one thing we're really excited about is we've gotten online payments up and running. So now people can pay their dog tags online. And that is one complaint we got a lot from ratepayers when our office was closed due to COVID, was that it was difficult for them to make payments. So we've got that portal up and running. We're adding more services that you can pay online weekly, and we're really excited we have that going. We're responsible for asset management planning. We keep our systems up to date. Grant applications and reporting. The more grants you get, the more reporting there is. And depending upon the grant, there's semi-annual reporting. Some even have monthly reporting. So getting a grant does create a bit more workload on us because there's a lot of reporting requirements for that. And I'm also the backup commissioner. So when our clerk's department is unavailable, I commission applications for people as well. And work plan for 2021. So we've already talked a little bit about this. The donation policy, council's really excited to see that. So that will be coming forward in May. We're looking at moving all of our water systems to a usage-based rate, which we've heard from ratepayers a lot too, that the flat base gives them no incentive to reduce water consumption. So we are looking to transition everyone to a usage-based rate. Once we're done this budget, and once it's passed in May, we'll be starting the 2022 budget for discussion in the fall. And in addition to that, we're going to work on a 10-year capital plan, as well as a 3 to 5 year operating budget. So as soon as this one's done, we're on to the next one. And with that, ITFD needs to have a 10-year capital plan and 3 to 5 year operating budget as well. And one thing that we've found with COVID is we need to transition more paperless. So we're getting more and more users to do online billing, which has been great. But also our processes within the office, we need to become more of a paperless office where we rely less on being sitting right next to the person next to us to get our job done. So we're working on transitioning to more of a paperless office as well. And I know that was very quick, but any questions on our work plan or our services?
Open the floor up to council. Any questions?
Okay.
I don't see any, Cassie. Go ahead.
Okay, so our operating budget, nothing too that stands out here really. It's consistent with prior year. We are, during COVID, we kind of, I'm going to say we kind of relaxed on following up on tax arrears. We're giving people a bit of a grace period, but we need to start working on those collections again. So other services you will see in 2020, we budgeted $30,000. Those would be real tax fees. And you recoup those through the tax sale process. I did decrease the budget for. We need to start reviewing all the tax files and identifying potential tax sale properties and getting them registered. So I'm not anticipating as much of a cost for 2021. And yeah, that's the operating budget. Any questions on the budget?
Thank you, Cassie. Council, have any questions? See nothing, Cassie. Everyone's either asleep or you've answered all their questions.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I am gonna hand it off to Jen now to talk about the planning department.
Okay, everybody's favorite topic is planning. So
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so planning services. At Georgian Bluffs, we provide a number of different services. Council sees Planning Act applications on a regular basis, as does Committee of Adjustment. Some of the things that you may not see if you're not in the office is our front-end services. So generally, the planning department works directly with people. And what we're doing is we're helping them learn about permissions and processes when it comes to land uses. The two most common questions that I hear every day are, can I build and can I sever? So in order to answer those questions, if you look at the tasks listed under front-end services, you'll see that staff spend a lot of time at the counter and on the phone and through email explaining application processes, discussing surveys and reference plans. People want to know, how do I find my lot lines? Can I get a survey? How do I do that? Clarifying information for them, clarifying processes. We answer questions about shore road allowances. A lot of properties abut shore road allowances. People want to know if they own it or not. We provide information on lots merging. If you register two adjacent lots in the same name, sometimes they merge. It depends on how they were created. We explain development permit processes for lands there within the NEC, as well as we explain what it means if you have regulated area on your property. So that those explanations and those times that we spent clarifying and discussing, it takes up a lot of staff time. So the second part of the slide that's up right now, it shows you other services. So planning services are provided in conjunction a legal process that occurs after that approval with Nicole from Treasury. Actually, a task breakdown of the many. So we're required to send process to as to close it down. And you can see that as through the bullets that are provided in this slide. They don't include all of the tasks that are involved in processing an application, just some of the key parts. So the next slide is showing an example of tasks and processes associated with a plan of subdivision. While the township is not the approval authority for subdivisions, there's a significant amount of work that occurs through the draft plan review process, the approval of the subdivision agreement, and the monitoring of the subdivision development. So these bullets provide an idea of the work associated with a subdivision, but they're not a comprehensive listing. So this leads me to the work plan. So in addition to processing the Planning Act applications that we get every year, the work plan for 2021 focuses on projects that the township needs to complete to comply with provincial legislation, and also projects that council has identified as needing to be addressed. So at the top of the slide, you will see the 2021-2022 OP update. We need to update that in accordance with provincial requirements. To provide information for that update, the next row down shows the work plan includes background reports for affordable housing, short-term accommodation, and cannabis. Those are identified in the light blue boxes. And those are topics that council has previously identified that they would like staff to address. The green boxes there are projects that the idea is to create effectively a roadmap, and that will tell us what we need to do to meet legislative requirements, define the scope of the projects, and determine the costs that should be budgeted to complete these projects. They are projects that are going to be undertaken in 2022, but what we need to do right now is to figure out the projects that we need to do, the scope of it, how much money it's going to cost so that we can budget for it in the next year. But there will be some, there is staff time dedicated towards making those roadmaps. So at the bottom, there are the boxes can generally have to populate probably about 8 documents, and I'm always including the owner name, the address, the legal description, the assessment roll number. Through an access database, we would have the opportunity to enter that information in once, and then it would populate the other, all of the necessary forms. And if I needed to make a change to any of that information, it will subsequently change the corresponding linked forms. So the planning operating budget. Cassie, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, Jen, I can talk to that, and then we'll get into your projects. So the operating budget, again, nothing really jumps out here. One thing I did want to point out was the legal fees. So yes, 2020 actual is greater than budget. However, we do recoup those free directly from the applicant for each planning legal fee. For each planning legal fee, sorry. So if we have an agreement or something like a subdivision agreement, or we have to register something, we charge those fees back to the individual. That's all I wanted to point out here, but if council has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Seeing none, go ahead, Jen.
Okay. So this is the this is one of the projects that was listed on the work plan. It's the official plan update. So back in December of 2020, I did present a report to council on the requirement to update the official plan. So numerous legislative changes and changes to the county OP need to be incorporated into our official plan. The report identified that the update would be completed in House by staff with the requirement climate change, second units, cannabis and short completion policy, but because the completion of this project has direct implications for other required plans, such as the community improvement plan, the master servicing study, updates to the zoning bylaw. If the OP update isn't completed, other projects can't move forward. So on the next slide, the project is planning students. So I'm proposing that staff continue to work with planning students for the remainder of 2021 until our permanent staff complement is realized. After that, we will continue to provide work experience opportunities for students. The position that we're in right now is that staffing shortages have delayed start times for department projects. So having paid contract planning student positions at both the graduate and undergraduate level will provide staffing assistance until the end of the year. The plan would be to hire students to complete defined projects, and that would assist staff, being myself, with initiatives to increase efficiencies in the office, such as streamlining planning processes and application information sheets, and to make them more user-friendly to applicants. We get comments back from residents when they're trying to fill out Planning Act applications that it's really not clear. So what we want to do is we want to help them through that by simplifying the process where we can. The students would collect background information to create those roadmaps that are part of the 2021 work plan for the future projects. So including the community improvement plan, heritage designations, as well as to I help identify possible employment lands for development. All of those meet our strategic plan goals in section 2. So the estimated cost for that is about $62,500 for 4 students, 2 at the graduate level and 2 at the undergraduate level. And the anticipated run on that project would be about April 1st to December 31st, obviously with the terms being defined by the university's semester date, as well as federal funding requirements. So that's what I had for presentation, and I can answer questions if council has any.
So sorry, just to jump, sorry, Dwight,
Go ahead,
just to
Cassie.
jump in for a second. Of those 4 planning students, we did apply for 2 of them to be covered by the summer or the Canada Summer Jobs Grant. So we're hoping that we will receive 75% funding for 2 of those student costs.
Okay. Thank you, Cassie. I guess a question maybe a little bit different. I want to go to the CEO with a question first. Mr. CEO, these 4 students and so on, does the org review have an impact on them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to say no. The org review will not have an impact. I think when you look at the planner slides and see all of the responsibilities that go into a planning application and the work that the planning department has on its plate, when you consider the fact that the work volumes are increasing, not only as a result of COVID, but as people are sort of looking at more work from anywhere possibilities, the growth is coming to our area and the workload on our planning department will increase. So I would suspect that planning students will be something that we will have in our future going forward. It's something that makes a lot of sense for us. And if I can say, in a couple of weeks when council sees the first of those 3 reports that were written by those students, you're going to see the tremendous value that we get from students. They're innovative, they're smart, they're detailed, they're looking for different ideas, and they're so diligent that it impresses me to no end in terms of how smart these young youth are and how dedicated they are to moving things forward and doing research. And so the short answer, Mr. Mayor, is that I don't see it having an impact at all. But as Cassie said, we're looking for some grants to offset those costs. And let's not forget that we currently have some gapping savings. Gapping savings means that we've got budgeted for an additional planning resource that is currently sitting vacant in 2021. So we've already have 3 months worth of savings that will be used to offset some of these costs if we're not successful in the grants.
Thank you, Al. Just one last question before I go back to the planner. These students, I'm assuming they all do most of their work off a site, either at their university or wherever. Am I assuming that?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yes, that is correct. And supervises them, but it's all virtual.
And the last thing I had was that these are fantastic resources for the municipality, very bright students. Do we ever get an opportunity to actually see their face on a video and so on?
Yes, so on April 7th, the students will be presenting the reports to you. So there's 3 reports coming forward. And Thomas, Maria, and Mateo are very excited to present the reports to council on the 7th.
Oh, good. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks. I just wanted to confirm. I'm assuming, so these are the students you referred to earlier in the presentation. Is that, or some of the students you referred to earlier in the presentation?
Yes, that is correct. So overall, the planning department will have hosted 7 planning students for 2021. If the 3 that are with us right now are from Ryerson University, and it is part of their course. So it's at no cost to the township, just it's my time and direction. And then the 4 students, planning students that would be part of this budget consideration, and any of grants that come from the government, they would be paid, and they'll be in the latter part of the year.
Okay. Does council have any other questions of the planner? Go ahead, Councillor Colburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to our planner. I just wanted to say, Jen, thank you for Al and whoever. Thank you for taking on the students. I think that's for sure a win-win. I noticed you mentioned it casually, Jen, in passing, but it does take more of your time to have students as you oversee their work. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate that. I think this is a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any other questions of our planner? See none. Thanks very much, Jen. Good presentation. So we'll move on down to our building department. Is Tim going to take this on?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Tim.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just going to start with going over the building department services. We ensure that all development and improvements of properties are in compliance with the building code and other applicable law, which can be anything from the township zoning bylaw to official plans, NEC, Gray Salvo. We have to make sure that all those things are being addressed. Subdivision agreements, that everything's in compliance before we issue a building permit. We receive and review all new building permit applications, associated plans, ensuring compliance with the legislation as stated above. We issue building permits within timeframes as prescribed in the building code. There are specific timeframes that we have to adhere to. Anybody that's listened to our premier, Mr. Ford, knows that he has large backing of the building industry in Ontario, and he's quite vocal about improving the turnaround time on building permit applications and stuff. Just want to be clear, that's not a problem in Georgian Bluffs. We are compliant, and we probably have one of the quickest turnarounds on applications, and that's in part due to the fact that, we were always WARE compliant with that, but our new software has certainly helped out. And, Luke is very diligent at doing his job, and, so we're staying on top of that. And it improves your relationship with your builders and the public by, doing things in a timely manner. We have to calculate the building permit fees when we report to finance for collection. As Cassie said, we now can have our permit fees paid online, which that along with the cloud permit software seems to be a big hit with the public, and we're getting a lot of good comments and feedback that they're finding it very helpful and useful. We conduct the prescribed inspections that are required for each stage of construction as per the code, or if the plans call for additional inspections, we will implement those. The minimum number of inspections on the average house today is somewhere between 10 and 12. So, if we issue 50, 60 housing permits, that's 600 inspections we got to fit in somewhere in the year without all the additional permits that, the other 250 that probably have 4 or 5 inspections. So there's a lot of inspections that get done during the week by our department. We issue occupancy permits when all the proper construction is completed. We provide building permit information to MPAC for our assessment. We also do the reports to Stats Canada and to Tarion for the home warranty program. Our new software has assisted our relationship with MPAC because we are providing them more timely information. They have access to our drawings and stuff, and they can do real-time assessment, which helps. We should see an improvement with Treasury and on the actual tax base that's coming through from MPAC. So, or the tax information. So that should be helpful. We also receive, review, and inspect septic permit applications. Septic permit applications are not just restricted to new builds. They could be a result of a failure. They could be a result of an addition to a new building. If you put an addition on your building, you increase the size, number of occupants, or you add facilities that use water, then we're going to be doing a septic review on that property and making sure that the septic system is capable of handling whatever is going on there. We also issue demolition permits. Demolition permits, like everything else, have become somewhat more complicated. Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Environment got involved there. There's a number of lists that they expect to be posted on a demolition site before the demolition starts. We do our due diligence there by advising the people that are applying for the demolition permit that they have to have a material list posted on site. Okay, and what that means is that there's a hazardous material identified in the building, then when I go on site, I should be able to look at that list and decide whether I want to go in that building or not. Okay, whether I have the PPE or whatever to do that. What else we got here? We review planning documents, including subdivision proposals, draft official plans, and proposed amendments to ensure compliance with provisions relating to the systems on that may come into play on the properties. We investigate complaints, issue orders, and prepare documentation for prosecution and for building code violations. Also for property standards. We do ongoing training and education for legislation changes. We issue sign permits. They could just be a general sign permit, or they could be a sign permit under the building code. There is some signs that come under the jurisdiction of the building code, and the plans have to be submitted and reviewed about how they're being attached to the building, how far they are away from electrical wires and stuff like that. We provide customer service to the public, consultants, lawyers, realtors, and other agencies. The number of calls for that has substantially increased. On any given day, we, as in the planning department, we screen a lot of calls in regards to property inquiries right now, which I'd like to think was related to COVID, but I don't know if it's going to go away or not. But it certainly takes up a good portion of the day. We also do bylaw enforcement in our department. And before I get into bylaw enforcement, the cloud permit has allowed us to kind of keep our heads above water here, even though we're down staff, and we're getting quite an influx of permits. We're at 140 some permits at the end of March. So that has been good. We're also trying to reduce the backlog that we have in court from enforcement, and I just want to tie these together, from enforcement of the building code and from bylaw enforcement. And that seems to be working, because things were getting really, the court's not setting court dates. So everything that couldn't be resolved and ended up going on a court docket was just sitting there. I'm happy to say that we've substantially reduced the number of those cases, and it looks like most of them are going to be resolved, which is win-win for us, because it's going to reduce legal costs, and it gets us compliance, which you know, is the goal for most of these things. Going forward, we're going to be doing a number of initiatives that I'll talk about in a minute to try and also reduce those costs and those delays. So bylaw enforcement services, we enforce municipal bylaws included but not limited to the burn bylaw for fire department or anybody that complains, zoning bylaw, dog bylaw, property standards, noise bylaw seems to be pretty popular in the summertime, parking bylaw and the fence bylaw. Assistance with enforcement on the trail system with regards to ATVs, snowmobiles, and squatters, which, you know, you guys have all heard about this year, so I don't have to go into a lot of detail there, I don't think. Enforcement includes ongoing and initial investigation, gathering of evidence, notes, taking witness statements, preparation of charge, along with meeting with the prosecutor. So when we get into these things, it's not just the case that somebody complained, we investigated it, and there's a charge. You have to go about these things right, and you have to prepare for, you know, the person, you know, not complying, fighting the charge, and we have to, you know, be able to provide enough information to the court that they can, you know, assess whether the person should be prosecuted or not. We respond to and track and investigate complaints from residents and businesses. We attend and give evidence in court. We issue tickets in accordance with the Provincial Offences Act. We ensure mobile food trucks comply with the township bylaws. We research and prepare correspondence with council and property standards committee. So that takes us on to the building department 2021 focus and goals. And we kind of have a little roadmap here. Building officials plan on attending courses to maintain their BCIN numbers and their professional development that is legislated by both the province and the OBOA. We're at the end of last year, we started to convert to cloud permit. We kicked off in January of this year. Part of that process includes educating the ratepayers and the contractors. I'm happy to say a lot of our contractors have come on board with it, and the ratepayers aren't finding it that hard, but we do plan on having an education day where we can invite people to come in as soon as we get in a situation where we can get into inviting people back out. We may have to do something online, but we'd like to walk through it with them and take some of the bugs out that button, you know, they think that they're in cloud and they've submitted their permit application, they just missed the button to click. So it's just, you know, making people a little more familiar with the software. We want to reduce and resolve the backlog of property standards and bylaw cases for the court. And as I said, you know, we've been successful in doing that. In addition to what we've done so far, we're also looking at an update and review of our bylaws. The swimming pool fence bylaw is moving forward. We're looking at property standards and our building bylaw. When we look at our property standards and building bylaw, we want to try and get short form wordings approved for any offenses in there. The idea behind that is to move away from having to summons people to court. we get a set fine, a provincial offenses ticket for the violation. The person then, instead of having to go to court, can decide for themselves whether or not they, want to fight it or they want to pay the ticket. And then that reduces our legal fees and our court time. So there can be a cost savings there once we get those things done. We want to maintain a quick turnaround on permit application and meet the challenges of what we hope will increase our applications due to new subdivisions starting this year. We're already seeing applications coming in for Bolter subdivision, applications for the one in Kilsyth. So things are moving ahead, and we anticipate within the next 2 months, we'll probably be run off our feet because of that. We continue to provide timely professional building inspection services for each prescribed stage of construction and for each issued building permit where required. Continue to answer inquiries in a timely fashion, providing appropriate response, and performing research where necessary to ensure we're providing accurate information. Building industry is changing. A lot of new materials, a lot of new questions. People applying for, to use things that maybe don't have a BMEC approval. The building code changed around 2006 to allow for interpretation of the code and to take a look at something to see if it substantially meets the code. So you have to be open-minded. You have to take a look at these things, which puts a little bit more onus on the inspector and the CDO to be open-minded and to see if the intent of the code is being met. We continue to process bylaw enforcement complaints, investigating complaints where necessary, and directing misguided complaints to the appropriate agencies. We get a lot of complaints that come in that aren't within our wheelhouse in regards to NEC properties and conservation. So we have to direct that stuff over there with our partners, and we have a good relationship with those people. We want to improve with more open communication between all departments. We want to work with MPAC for more accurate and timely property assessments, which I've indicated we've already done. We've moved towards that, and we're sharing more information with MPAC than we ever have before, and it seems to be working out okay. We continue to reviewing and attempting to close past outstanding permits. That's important. When we go back and take a look at prior years where there's open permits, it creates two problems. One is we don't get the proper assessment on the property, and if the property sells and changes hands, there's Ontario Court of Appeal cases right now that say we have a responsibility there. So we got to work at closing those permits off, and we're within, when I started, we were about 10 years behind. I think we're about 2 years behind now on getting through all those. So we're getting there. Okay. We just have to keep plugging away. We want to continue and ensure high quality customer service as building officials from initial phone call regarding a new application to permit issuance and the construction process. Reflecting on January to February 2021, when this was put together, throughout the pandemic, we have maintained our high quality building services, responded to bylaw complaints, were in brackets which are up substantially from prior years. With people being home with COVID, they're noticing things more in their neighborhood. If I'm naming names, I had one lady call who was complaining that her neighbor's sump was draining onto her property. When I went there and took a look at it, there's nothing new going on there. So I said to her, like, how long have you lived here? 25 years. And it turned out the neighbor had been there 25 years, and this had been going on 25 years, but nobody noticed before, right? And it just bugged her, right? So all of a sudden you're home and you see these things, so it kind of changes your perspective. So we've been having to deal with all kinds of that stuff. We've kept our building permit review applications and inspection services up to date, even through the lockdowns. As you know, some offices around us, whether they were the whole municipal office or the building department, they shut down during the lockout. We decided that we were going to continue accepting permits, process them, and have them ready to go when things were allowed to proceed ahead. That paid off for us because we didn't have a backlog and we got to do things in a timely fashion. It also allowed us to go out and do inspections, and we had great cooperation from everyone as far as, you know, when we were in lockdown mode, that people left the buildings empty for us. We told them, you know, we'd be there in the morning, and you know, for the most part, the building was empty. So it worked out well for us, and we didn't have our contractors becoming frustrated because we weren't providing the service. With spring around the corner, we are currently experiencing a high volume of calls with regard to building matters, but it's that way every spring. So I'm open to any questions. Just one thing I'd like to say that I didn't have in the report here. We did apply for funding for 2 students for the summer. I don't know exactly where that's at. Janet was very helpful with helping us do that. The one was to assist us with bylaw enforcement. We have a lot of parking issues in the summertime, a lot of weekend complaints and stuff, and we thought maybe we could cover some of that off if we had some help in the summertime. And we were also looking at getting some of our administrative stuff caught up. So that's what we were looking at there. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Cassie, are you going to do his budget?
Yes, so thank you. And thank you, Britt. So looking at the building operating budget, there's just a couple areas I wanted to talk about. So the first being, you will see an increase in the budget for training. And that is one plus side of COVID, is training opportunities have gone online, making them much more accessible to us. Before the OBOA courses, Tim and his team would have to go into the city for a week to do those courses, and now they can just do them from the comfort of the office online. So we have increased the training budget to allow them to take more of those courses in 2021, as they are more accessible for us. The legal fees you'll see in this budget, this is for bylaw enforcement, and we are right on budget with prior year. So we are keeping it consistent at $30,000. And the other amount at the very bottom for $12,000, that is the cost for cloud permit. So that's the cost for the online building services application process. And what we have done is we've increased building permit fees to recoup that cost. So although it shows as an additional expense for 2021, it should be paid for by the building permit fees we are bringing in. So then Tim already talked about the students he's requesting on the next slide, and we open the floor to any questions from council.
Thank you, Cassie. Does council have any questions of Tim or the treasurer? Seeing none, a great presentation, Tim. And as a contractor, I will say I've never heard of any complaints from the building department so far. So very good job.
We'll try and keep it that way. I thank everybody for their time.
I was wondering, since we're down to our last section of our budget, how does council want to have another break, or do you want to continue? Show of hands to continue. Madam Clerk, I can't see anybody, so I guess that we're going to continue.
Mr. Mayor, you said a show of hands to continue. So as no one raised their hands, that would be my assumption that everyone would like a break.
Councilor Barfoot, your hand is up. Did you have a question?
No, you said if we wanted to continue, put your hand up. My hand is up.
Okay, it's been a long day. let's move on with operations. We'll open the floor up to our Director of Operations, Steve Dolmark. Go ahead, Steve.
All right, through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. I'm going to try to get this go as quick as I can. I know I've got a lot of slides here. It looks like 50 plus. I apologize. So I'm going to try to move a little bit quicker on services here. So we'll start with our first operations services slide here, Brett. All right, so in the operations department, we have the parks division. We currently look after all the parks and trails within Georgian Bluffs. They also look after playgrounds and other facilities that belong to the parks division kind of deal. So kind of making sure they're meeting the public safety regarding the CSA standards, also making sure that we meet the minimum standards for parks and recreation on that portion. In regards to the recreation components, they provide safe, well-maintained, efficient facilities and amenities to the community. Currently, they look after the day-to-day operations of and maintenance and administration for 3 township-owned rec facilities, representing approximately 45,000 square feet of indoor programming for rental space. So that's your arenas at the Shallow Lake, Derby, and Kill sites. So that's what we're doing there. And then they also look at trying to provide exceptional customer service and quality assurance as well when the rentals are there. Next slide. Operations also has a couple, one employee that looks after does the information technology components. So if a computer goes down or something, like from an IT point of view, or one individual looks after trying to get everybody up and going to make sure the day-to-day operations are going well. Also looks after any other security issues, along with working with our contractor to ensure that the information is safely stored on our servers and updates are done on a timely fashion. Purchasing, the employee also within our division looks after providing support. So the yards of what the facilities are at that my the roads department works out of. So they ensure that we got effective utilization of all township owned lands and buildings. So our landfill that we use there for storage of equipment not being done in the winter time. That's where we store our spring equipment. So our mower decks and some bio equipment there. They also look at doing implementation of programs and renovations and alterations to the buildings that will follow up under the BCAs that were recently done in 2020. And then we also look at, preserving our natural environment and heritage where and when applicable and practical. So if, some of our facilities that do have a little bit more of a history on them, like the Capital Shop, we try to make sure that we maintain it at the same level that we would have there. Engineering services. We look after ensuring the construction of new developments are in the township and within the township are designed and constructed using best practices and sound engineering principles to meet the needs of the residents and businesses while adhering to all the federal, provincial, municipal, and regulations and bylaws. And then also we look at planning and designing and implementation of the town's capital works program. So reconstruction of roads, rehabbing of roads, construction of new roads, which hopefully we don't have to do that too much. And then also any other items that regard to our township infrastructure that require We also looking to make sure that we are within the regulations of Bill 65 for Safer School Zones Act. We're also kind of looking at automated speed enforcement areas along with the OPP to help them out. And then also we have to follow within the Ontario Traffic Manual and Geometric Design Manuals to make sure that these roads are signed accordingly to our federal and provincial legislation requirement. And then we also complete traffic studies in relating to traffic calming and road safety issues as required for speed limit reductions and also potential to enhance pedestrian use on the roadways. Roads and fleet, we look after the maintenance of the roads of Georgian Bluffs, being surface treated roads, asphalt roads, gravel roads. We also look after the fleets component as well to make sure that the roads are being safely maintained as per the MMS as a level of service that we brought forward earlier in a couple weeks ago. The fleet component there, we look at all the purchases, making sure that we have the right equipment to do the tasks at hand, and making sure that operators are trained to use all equipment as required to do their tasks safely to conform to the regulations. And then also our winter season begins as of October 1st to April 30th, and then summer maintenance starts approximately May 1st to September 30th. The biodigester, it's we look after that component as well. So ensuring the effective utilization of the Township of Georgian Bluffs and Township of Chatsworth Derby biodigester facility. So that is actually the lagoons as well that are located at the facility. We look at bringing the site receives sewage and organic waste, such as vegetable waste, fat oils, and grease, hospital food waste, and food waste from base Borden. And then we're also using it to, power up the electrical generator to provide electricity back into the grid. And then we're also collecting waste heat to use at the facility as well. Waste management, we look after a contractor that provides the clear, reliability, and cost-effective water services. And last but not least is the airport. So providing connections to the mass transit for travelers and workers, inspection areas for government aviation security, and then we also conduct airport information marketing activities to support tourism and local hospitality businesses, and we're trying to attract new and better air transportation providers as well. So that is a quick overview of the services provided by operations.
Does council have any questions on that portion of Steve's presentation? Go ahead, Councilor Barfoot.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Steve. I just wonder what you meant by saying mass transit.
For the airport?
Yes.
So through you, Mayor Burley, to Councilor Barfoot, mass transit is basically we're looking at other options to bring like other airplanes up to the area. So like from the States up that way for the day trips coming in. So we're looking at the mass transit portion of that component coming in. So it was just all the other options that are coming into the airport. That's where we treat as mass transit, because there is a lot of air traffic coming into the airport right now.
I just wondered what you knew that we didn't know when you said mass.
It's just the terminology.
Okay, Councilor Barfoot.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Okay, so the operations 2021 work plan. I know council has received my work plan from what I've been working on originally here. I've been updating that weekly to keep us on task. So I kind of took the top 11 items that we're going to try to achieve this year. That is our goal for what we're doing. So currently we're in the process of updating and creating policies for all aspects. So parks, recreations, road maintenance, the biodigester, airport, and then also waste management, so that we have policies updated in that, along with the guidelines as well to how we can do our tasks safely and efficiently. The level of service review was recently completed, and then we found out where our items that we need to address, and that has been brought forward to council for their consideration. We have a couple feasibility studies going on right now. So we got the airport and the biodigester that was noted by the CAO as well. Roads needs study, we will be doing a full-blown roads needs assessment of our roads going forward starting in May to update the pavement condition index that was recently done in 2019. So we're going to try to create a yearly program on that so that we can have a proper 5- and 10-year capital program going forward. We're also looking at doing a fleet replacement program schedule as well, so that we can actually forecast the next 10 to 15 years of when fleet is required to be replaced and when the optimum life cycle analysis as well. Road safety study that's looking at the OTM manuals, trying to make sure our roads are in safe compliance for road usage, along with also making sure adequate signage and then safety devices are in place, like i.e. guardrails and steel beam. Active transportation policy is going to be one of our biggest policies this year. We're meeting with many stakeholders to create a policy that would allow us to use for the trails, the roads, for cyclists and all that, so that we can also apply for federal grants down the road in the fall months, so that we can get proper wayfinding signage and stuff like that. So that's going to be a policy that's going to be driven by the community as well, with their input in moving us forward. Municipal drainage, we look after in conjunction with the town appointed drainage superintendent. We go out, deal with municipal drains. We also look at other drainage issues and grading plans through subdivision growth and all that, to make sure that we're not draining water, or people are not draining water onto other people, and making sure that they abide by the Municipal Drainage Act. And then the last but not least one here that is our big highlight this year is our master servicing plan for East Linton, that's looking to expand the East Linton water treatment plant. It's also looking at the next 25 years for the potential growth. This servicing plan is also going to help with the planning department's planning process that they require for services, so that when new subdivisions are coming in, they'll be able to explain, yes, we have water and sewer in the area or not. We're also going to take a look at the 2017 Potawatomi water main extension from East Linton. That is going to also be part of this master servicing plan, so that we could bring the water main from East Linton down to Potawatomi, so that we can have servicing going into Brook down the road.
Thank you, Steve. Cassie, are you doing this budget, or is Steve?
I will tackle this budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But does anybody have any questions for Steve on his work plan before I go through the operating budget lines?
I have one question, if I may. And Steve, I looked through the budget and I do not know where to put it in, so I'm going to ask you anyway. Are you still there, Steve?
Yes, I'm waiting for your question, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, sorry. Administration office, every time I go in there, I think of it. Were you thinking about putting in your budget to redo the line painting on our parking lot in the municipal office?
Once I get the parking lot swept a bit better here, I am going to look at what I have for available funds to make sure those lines get redone. They are kind of faded a little bit past their prime.
Yeah,
so, yes,
no, I just wanted. Okay, thank you. I see no questions. Cassie, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to tackle the operating budgets before Steve gets into his capital asks. So first we look at the operations administration budget. The only change here is in salaries and benefits. We have budgeted for an additional road supervisor, as discussed in Steve's presentation to council a week or two ago. That is the only change. 2020 actuals were less than budget because we did have the director of operations role vacant for a few months of the year. And yeah, that's the only differences between actual and 2021 budget. So when we look at the next section being the roads operating budget, thank you, Britt. In salaries and benefits, I have included the 3 new operators as discussed earlier. And just to go through a few other of the variances, when we look at brushing, we are suggesting a reduced budget for 2021. And that is simply because with more staff, we're able to do more of that in-house. Dust control I've highlighted, but I'm going to wait for Steve to get to that later in his presentation. And I just wanted to point out under miscellaneous works why the actual looks so high for 2020. In 2020, we gave the city of Owen Sound some money to rebuild the sidewalk up by Keppel Sarawak School. And we also needed to do emergency repairs on Presqu'île Road. And that is where you're seeing those costs right now. Those were maintenance, not really capital works. So we were unable to capitalize them. But overall, we are looking at $128,000 increase over prior year in the roads operating budget, which when you consider we're budgeting 3 new operators, the increase mostly falls in that area. Any questions on the roads operating budget or the prior operations administration budget?
Council, have any questions?
Okay, I'm not seeing any.
Go ahead.
So now we're on to the roads fleet budget. And if council goes into your memory banks, you'll remember in the 2021 budget, we talked a lot about repairs and maintenance of our fleets. And, you know, the general consensus was every year we were going over budget in this section. So the direction for 2020 was to increase those budgets. We did that, and we're further recommending an increase for 2021. And that's because we want to be more reflective of the actual cost to maintain these vehicles. So instead of $5,000 budgeted for, I'm going to call it the wrong thing, a dump truck, we're budgeting 10. And it's more realistic. Does council have any questions on our repairs and maintenance budget?
The floor is open to council. Any questions? Seeing none, Cassie, go ahead.
I was just like waiting for someone to correct me that it should be like a single axle something, but you didn't. I don't even know if that's right. Okay, so garbage and recycling. We've been through this a couple times throughout the presentation. We have new contractors. With contractors came an increased cost, and this just reflects that cost. I will point out for the landfill, even though it's closed, we have ongoing monitoring costs. We have to do sampling at that facility, basically to make sure, you know, it's not affecting any of the neighboring properties. And those costs will be ongoing for the next several years. But that's why you still see a cost for the landfill. And our hazardous waste days, we've partnered with the City of Owen Sound. I believe council just passed that revised agreement at the end of 2020, if not early 2021. And we do get a pretty good uptake from our residents using that program. So if nobody has any questions on the operating budget, we're going to move to Steve talking about some of his capital asks related to the operations and roads department.
Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to start off with the first item here is a OLS survey. So basically a survey is required for Francis, Spencer Avenue, and Big Rock Road. Currently, we're in the process of trying to get this area assumed. So to assume something properly, we need to have a proper legal survey to show exactly what is the current right-of-ways, where are any valves or any within the right-of-way, hydro pole locations, widths of pavement, if that's out there, stuff like that. So this is a survey request of $25,000 to get this proper survey completed, and then this will allow us to go into the assumption works that are listed down a little bit later on this slide deck here. Surface treatment program. So the surface treatment, also known as chip and tar. It's a one of your guys' programs that you've been doing every year. Your estimately costs roughly about $700,000 a year to do the surface treatment program throughout Georgian Bluffs on selected roads based upon their PCIs that were done in 2019. So there's a list coming up at the next slide here. But this year, we're going to be doing a different process than how we've used to do the surface treatment here. We're actually going to be pulverizing the road prior surface treated program, and this will hopefully get us a little bit more better life on our roads than what we've been currently doing in the past, where we're apply the service of that road. We chewing up the ground or providing more damage to our shoulder there. So
The only reason why I bring that up, Steve, in the past, we'd go in and tar and chip a road and so on, but the shoulders of the road were higher than the road itself, which is not correct.
that is correct. So that was what was done in the past. With this new process, we're going to be pulling everything back in so that we can get the water off these roads. So yes, the whole platform width will be pulverized and then surface treated the way it's supposed to be done.
Thank you, Steve. I see Deputy Mayor Carlton has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for you to Steve, a question about, I know last year, the residents down Wilcox Side Road, that it was given a surface treatment and they felt it was a very poor job and felt like they had gone back to having a gravel road. Is something going to be done to address some of those issues on some of the roads from last year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Carlton. Yes, we are going to be actually going back out to tender this year to list the proper class aggregate that is required for the surface treatment so that we wouldn't be going into this process too. The other thing too is when we did the surface treatment in 2020, we kind of did it near the end of the season, which really didn't help us when we do need the temperature of the sun to help us and also the traffic to need the material in, plus also trying to ensure that, you know, we're having somebody on site to make sure that they are applying the proper aggregate at the proper quantity required for the roads. So yes, we will be addressing most of those issues that were received from last year, especially with us receiving all the sweeping complaints this year. We have been sweeping up a lot of float that was left over from last year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Councilor Sullivan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Director of Operations. So with this process, it sounds like it might be a little bit more expensive per kilometer. So are we looking at a lesser amount of kilometers that we will be doing every year kind of deal? Or I know that it's about the same amount as what we normally spent. So I just was curious on kilometers compared to previous years.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sutherland. So in regards to this process, the way we're going to be tackling it, we are going to see a downfall of probably about 2 kilometers of road per year. Is that okay?
Yep, no, that answered it. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I guess I was on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Steve, can you hear me, Steve?
Yep, I can hear you.
My computer is making funny noises and blanking out. But anyway, a question. I'm looking at your list of roads. Maybe I should wait until you get there.
Okay, we're on the road list now.
I just want to put the question out this way. You're well aware of all concerns and complaints we hear concerning some places that were done last year with double surface treatment. Total disaster. Wasn't a very good job, probably. I don't know. You're the expert. I have a real concern with if we do decide to do some tar and chip up there, is it an appropriate place to be doing something like that in a very confined residential area like that? Would it not make more sense to pave instead of putting tar and chip? I see you on some of your roads, for instance, you got from Park Street, 27th to 30th Street. That's a well portion of the road. I can understand that. But I'm more concerned with areas where you're well aware where we're having the problems. Park Street, for one, was done last year, but not a very good job. A lot of complaints about it. I'm just curious, what's your thoughts on that?
So in regards to the roads that were done last year, we are this road list was generated off of the 2019 consultants work that was done by Street Logic, who came in here with the van and marked up everything that needed to be done to give us a proper 5-year capital program of how we do business. In regards to last year's work that was done, some of the areas where it was previously done by previous consultants or previous staff or what it was, we are looking at to redesign some, like regenerate some of these areas and then apply the material at the proper level of what is required as per your OPSSs and OPSDs. So we're going to be trying to, how do I put it nicely? We're kind of just trying to make sure that we use the application for the right area. If a road has high volume, like a school traffic zone like Fiden Street or Finden, sorry if I keep pronouncing a mistake, it's going to be an asphalt road because it has the community safety zone in there and it's right behind a school zone. Park Street there, that whole area, you could, because it's more of a rural area, and then also potentially with the water main coming down the road, in the future roads in like the next 5 to 10 years, going with a surface treated procedure versus asphalt, you're saving money this route by going this way. But at the same point too, if we do the proper process, the road will still have the characteristics of a hard surface treated process. So we will be, by doing the full pulverization program the way it should have been done, you will have a better product at the end of it all, and then you'll have less dust complaints as well.
Thank you, Steve. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. Thank you. Does council have any other questions from Steve up to date now? I do not see any other questions this time, Steve. Go ahead.
Okay, next slide, Brittany. So here's the basic map of what we're looking to do. So we have Elm Street, which we'll be discussing here shortly. Zion Church is on the list to be surface treated. The Francis subdivision, that's where we got some assumption works being proposed this year, also with the survey being done in that area. The next slide shows you the southern half of Georgian Bluffs, where we've got a couple little roads within the Brook area. We've got side road 115 there. We've got to do some work. We're trying to minimize the mobilization cost as well. So that was also going to be a factor of what we drive down on the pricing, along with trying to, get our works the way we want to and try to do works within all areas of Georgian Bluffs. And then concession 7 is our asphalt road this year. So we're going to go to the next slide. So fleet replacement, currently we got 2 trucks that are at the end of their life cycle. The half-ton pickup truck, it's roughly about $40,000 is what we're looking to do. We're going to replace this truck, and then once the new truck arrives, this old truck will be auctioned off to use the funds as well to help offset the cost. The single axle dump truck, yes, it's near the end of its life. It does have 1 year left on it, but because the lead time to build a truck's roughly about 14 months right now, it makes sense to propose to do the budget now in 2021 so that the truck will be here for the September of 2022. So that gives us that time to have the truck ready for the 2022-2023 winter season instead of waiting until 2023 to get a truck when we really need one. So this is one of the single axles that's always in the shop, and it's kind of giving us some of our grief here too. So that's on the 2 fleet trucks. Next slide, Brittany. Fleet attachments, we're looking with the new staff coming on board that we're going to try to buy some attachments for the backhoes that we own. This one here is an enclosed broom for the case backhoe, which will help us on our street cleaning process. This will allow us to pick up the material. It's all contained within. It has water tanks on it as well. That will allow us to keep the dust down. So when we are sweeping areas in Brook, that this will allow us to lift it and then load it into trucks to haul away. And then also our roller pactor for the grader. It's because we are going to be looking at doing an enhanced gravel program this year. We want to make sure that our gravel roads are being rolled and graded to the proper standards of what they are so that the compaction is there to ensure that we have a uniform driving surface. So that's just something that is required. We only have 1 roller right now for the 1 grader. We're looking to put this roller on the Volvo. Looking at additional 0-turn mower with parks. So Airport's going to get the older Kubota that was recently bought a couple of years. It still has lots of life on it. So we are finding that the parks guys are, using the mowers quite a bit. So instead of auctioning off the Kubota, we were figuring that we run it up to the airport, let them use it during the time of when they need to for their grass season. And then if something does happen where we need to do, like if we get torrential downpours and the grass starts to grow in these parks a lot faster, then we'll have the extra mower to provide us with enhanced level of service the way we should be and try to eliminate some of the complaints that we did receive last year. So it's roughly about $35,000. We are seeing Rawl Park kind of closer to 30, but we're being on the cautious side with 35, depending on where it's coming from. Bridge and maintenance construction. This year is basically, it's every year you guys are budgeting roughly about $200,000 for bridge maintenance to be done. This is based on the OSIM reports that are done every 2 years that generate our maintenance program. That tells us how we should be, updating signage on the bridges, bridge washing, also along with our box culverts as well. And then this also, it helps us with the whole maintenance program, which then, tries to offset potential replacement costs down the road so that we, have a better program in place. Next slide. Dust control. So this one here is going to be an increase. I know it's a big increase to ask for this year. In the past, the township has only done roughly about $60,000 worth of dust suppression on the gravel roads. If you were to do the gravel roads the way you were proposing to do them this year, the proper amount of calcium to chloride to put on these roads is roughly about $300,000. That gives us the ability to grade the roads in the spring and then not have to come back until beginning of the fall to remove the crowns for winter season. So this would eliminate a lot of the dust complaints that we were receiving because we were not applying the proper amount onto the gravel roads. But then also potholes would form quicker in the gravel roads with not having the proper suppression level on it. So this is something that we would need to do. It also is going to keep the dust down and eliminate probably about 30%, 40% of those calls that we do receive for dust suppression or dust complaints from the public. So this is something that would help us also with the air quality as well with those homeowners. So Elm Street project, this is as per their current bylaw in 2019. Georgian Bluffs and South Bruce Peninsula agree to split the cost equally 50-50 for the design, reconstruction, and service upgrades along Elm Street from Highway 6 to Thompson Side Road. So that includes roads, sidewalks, water, sanitary, storm sewer, curb and gutter out there. So the design is to be completed in 2021, which is roughly about $70,000. So the overall total, because we're paying for 50%, the overall cost is roughly about $150,000. We're going to be paying $70,000 based upon what we received for the billing. And then the construction will be a future capital ask in 2022, which is going to be still staff is in talks with South Bruce Peninsula to see what we can do to reduce the cost on some of the road tops, as some of the roads are asphalt, some of it also is chip and tar from Thompson out as well. So we're trying to minimize the impact of the project here. So
Steve, a question from the mayor on that road. I realize this is the first phase of this project. When do we have discussions about possibly extending water and sewer lines up that road before we re-asphalt?
We can start those conversations anytime that council would like to see fit. The question is, how far do we want to look at pulling the water and sewer services down Elm Street past Thompson?
No, I understand. I just wonder, when would staff be having those conversations? I assume before the road is paved?
Yes, this will be, those discussions will happen prior to the work commencing.
Yeah, okay.
Because we don't want to rip up a brand new road.
Exactly.
Okay. Concession 7, repaving this road is at its end of its life. This project here will be doing a pulverization, base stabilization, and then also applying hot mix on this section of road. We are going to be also doing a joint tender with Chatsworth from Gray Road 16 South on concession 7, down roughly a bit more distance there. So we will be getting some cost savings, hopefully, on materials and labor. This one here is just to produce some of the current hazards and risks that are out there. We do have some dips on there that we need to address when we're doing the the repaving of this road and the pulverization. So this will allow us to fix some culverts before it gets done, so that once this road is completed, then we'll have a proper road up to standards for some of the residents out that way to use it to get down to 16. Winter sidewalk maintenance, as per the minimum maintenance standards, we we have to start maintaining our winter sidewalks with our sidewalks with winter maintenance. So this is going to be a contracted service that we will be going out to tender for. Estimate cost per winter season is roughly about $65,000. So we're looking at half the budget this year. So it's going to be for the 2021. We're looking at $32,500 for 2021, and then 2022 would be the other half, which would be your January to April, because your winter seasons are October 1st to May 1st. So that is kind of where your winter season begins as per the MMS. So this is one of the new levels of service that will be required to be performed on all sidewalks within Georgian Bluffs. Assumption of subdivisions. This is a project that we'll be picking up where we left off last year, where we're going to do some work on Francis, Spencer Avenue, and also Big Rock Road. Before we can assume the roads, we're going to have to do some maintenance work on them. We're going to have to add some gravel to Francis Lake. We're going to also pulverize it so that we can get the base blended nicely, and then also provide dust suppression on it, then add in our gravel lift and remove some of the tree stumps that were left over from last year, and then also install some traffic signage. So the estimated cost for all this works in this area is roughly about $210,000. So this is works to bring it up to the Ontario standards to make sure that we can, be able to plow and maintain these roads going forward. Summer students, we are looking for one summer student to help us out here in the office with contract administration. Also look on being on site with some project contractors, also helping us with grabbing some data for our asset management plan so that we can update our assets from water, the lagoons, bio, stuff like that, so that we can kind of do that. We are going through the grant as well, so which would be covering by the 75% of the wages will be covered, so they can be the 25% as everybody else is saying. So this is something that we're hoping to get with the grant.
Thank you, Steve. I wonder, does council have any questions on Steve's presentation so far? I do not see any, Steve, so go ahead.
All right, next slide, Brittany. Now we're into facilities. So I'm going to pass this over to the Madam Treasurer.
Thank you, Steve. So before I get into the facilities operating budget, I just wanted to point out to council that in your packages, we have included as well the Grey County proposed road works. And the reason why we did this is because in 2021, there is some work being done in Georgian Bluffs. So a couple of the roads that Grey County is going to tackle is Grey Road 3 and Grey Road 16 in and around the Katy area. Apparently they've been in talks with Katy Market and they're planning that works as to not interrupt their businesses too much. But we have received complaints about Grey Road 16, so that's definitely a positive that the county is tackling that in 2021. And they're also proposing some works in Grey Road 17 and Grey Road 170. And I can't remember if that's 2021 or 2022. But either way, it's great that they're also doing some road works in our area. And definitely that Grey Road 16 one is an area that we receive complaints here at the office. So that's a plus that it's getting done this year. So on to the roads facilities budget. So this is the operating budget for our Derby, Keppel, and Sarawak shops. And it's consistent with prior year, I will say. The biggest increase is due to insurance, which we've talked about before. Yeah, other than that, other than the increase in insurance, we've kept everything pretty consistent with prior year, except we are going to do a little bit more maintenance on our shops. We're going to do it with our own staff, and we just need the materials to do so. So I know Steve's been busy working on putting seals around doors and whatnot. And so we are working on that for 2021. Next slide, please, Brad. So the administration building here, again, nothing really jumps out. Increase in insurance. The service contract, if you're wondering, is the cleaner. Materials and supplies, we have seen a jump. And part of that is COVID related. We keep a lot more cleaning supplies on hand. So part of those expenses are offset by COVID funding. And yes, I believe that's all I wanted to point out in that budget. So does council have any questions on either operating budget before Steve goes through his capital requests?
Does council have any questions?
Okay, Steve, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. So we're going to start with the Derby Maintenance Depot. This was as per the building condition assessment that was completed last year. So we got some exterior cladding around the doors that need to be addressed. We have some seals that our staff have addressed. We have some roof structure and roofing substructure where we do have some leaking into it that we're going to address. The HVAC system needs a major update. Our hot water tanks are at the end of their life. They need to be replaced with some proper ones. And then our main electrical service and switchboards, we need to update them to be the new code, because right now we still have a couple areas where they have the old tube and knob kind of system that we need to remove. So roughly we're looking at $91,000 for the Derby upgrades. The next, so in capital, we're looking to do the same thing as per our building condition assessments. So we're looking at new doors along the building. We're looking at windows, seals. Once again, we have roof leaks in this facility, along with substructure, concrete foundation, wall repairs that need to be done along the salt shed. And then we also have some main electrical services and switchboards as well. So we're looking to replace the electrical panel at this facility. Roughly approximate cost is about $25,400. So in regards to the windows, we are going to be tendering a lot of this work together so that we would get better bang for our buck. And then also that we're going to be increasing our single pane windows to double pane windows with proper seals around them so that we can be a little bit more energy efficient at the facility. So that is something that we're trying to tackle. Next,
Steve, question from the mayor, if I may. When you refer to roof leaks on the capital shed and the Sarawak shed, are you more referring to the penetrations going through the roof where the leaks are instead of the roof itself?
Yes, we got a couple of holes in the roof there that this repairs will be done to. One, it'll get the water from not going into the building, but it also will repair it the way it should be as outlined in the building condition assessments as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sarawak, we're looking for 20. As per the building condition assessment in September 2020. We've got some window replacements. All windows need to be replaced. Seals. We've replaced the seals around the garage doors and some of the doors, but now with the windows being replaced, we'll have to replace some of those ones. Once again, we also have a spot where it's leaking through the roof substructure, and the concrete foundation needs to be repaired as well. And then we also have main electrical service and switchboards, so the panel needs to be replaced as well here. So we're looking at roughly about $26,400 to do these maintenance costs to the building. Any questions on the 3 yards?
I have one question before I go to Council. Steve, I realize a lot of these things you want to do on these maintenance buildings are maintenance. And the question was, our guys would do a lot of the work. I assume we would not have time to do all what you're proposing here. Would have to be RFP'd out.
That is correct. A lot of the work that we are proposing, like the windows and doors, that will be contracted out because our guys don't have the expertise in-house. But the stuff like seals and, minor stuff to be done around the cladding and then the concrete repair stuff, we can do that in-house. But the major stuff like the windows, doors, and the roof will be contracted out to RFP, and we'll be doing separate tenders on it and combining all the yards and all the arena work as well at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions on the maintenance buildings? Seeing none, go ahead, Steve.
All right, we're now into Parks and Recreation. And I'm passing this over to the Madam Treasurer.
Thank you, Steve. So I'm going through the operating budgets for Park and Rec. So the first category we have is general recreation. So this is kind of, the catch-all if it doesn't fall perfectly into one of the other facilities. Under salaries and benefits, you will see an increase, and that is because we did hire a fourth facilities attendant at the end of 2020, and we are using COVID funding to pay for that attendant. With the increased cleaning, that attendant was definitely needed, and that is funded from COVID funding for 2021. Going down the list, nothing else in particular jumps out, except I did want to talk about the Owen Sound rec subsidy. So you will see 2020 actual is considerably less than budget, and that is simply because minor sports were canceled. They ended early in March. Summer sports did not begin. So we did see a reduction in the amount of subsidy we pay to our ratepayers. So with 2021 getting off to a slow start and starting with another lockdown, we have decreased that budget for 2021 as well. Again, these subsidies that we pay other programs, you'll see they were zero in prior year. And that could be because they didn't apply for it or the program didn't occur. Katie Arena, we already discussed that one. That is what we pay in support of Chatsworth operations of that arena. And overall, when we look at the bottom line, you'll see the increase is really related to that additional person. And our plans for that additional person is to have them have somebody more at our other facilities, being Kemble and Derby, monitoring them, cleaning them, allowing access to the public for them. So that fourth person has really been a welcomed member to our team. When we look at the parks operating budget, the next slide, thanks, Britt. Basically, for each park, we budget insurance and materials and supplies. We don't allocate staff hours to these parks as they just do what's necessary and to get the jobs done. I don't think I need to go through this slide in too much detail. Again, there's nothing that really jumps up. I see Kathy and Carol both have questions, so I'll pause for a second.
Go ahead, Councilor Barfoot.
Okay, just a quick question regarding Centennial Park. Is that to recontour the driveway going in and out of there? Because that is extremely dangerous. Somebody's going to get hurt on that driveway.
So this budgeted amount is not for that project, but that project has been brought forward for staff to look at.
Does that answer your question, Councilor Barfoot?
Well, yes and no. I see Steve's hand up there, and I have to stress, I went down that driveway last year and coming back up. That park is used a lot, and that driveway is extremely dangerous, and we're foolish if we don't do something with it.
Thank you, Councilor Barfoot. Steve, you want to comment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Barfoot, I will be reviewing that park later on next week just to see how bad, what the state of the issue is at the park, and then we will rectify as best as we can for this year, and then it might be a future capital ask in 2022 to do a proper regrade of the whole slope.
Okay, Councilor Colburn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Burley. So I'm looking at some of our parks, some of the smaller ones, and they don't have much of an increase in terms of their budget over last year's budget. In some cases, $100. We've had several remarks, comments, and feedback from ratepayers about spending a little more money on some of these parks. For example, flagpoles and cutting back on the brush and maybe a little more maintenance, planting some shrubs, that kind of thing. So does this indicate that those ones that don't have much of an increase in budget, that work is not going to be done this year? Thank you.
Is that a Steve question?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Coburn, We are going to, with the new additional staff members on the roads department, we are going to be doing a proper brushing program, which will be tackling the parks as well. So there will be no in-cost onto the parks for that because we'll be doing it in-house. And then also this is just more the cost of like if we have to contract or something out that any parts or material required for that maintenance of the park, that would be what this increase was for. So we'll be doing a little bit more of that stuff in-house with all the staff that we are starting to receive.
Okay, Councillor Pringle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There, through you there, I guess actually I got maybe a dual question, maybe. Looking at the Katie Arena there, I know we budgeted, going back the one slide there, to the $60,000. That's just an estimated number, is it, Cass? Or there's been no ice or nothing going on in that arena now for almost a month and a half, 2 months. So I'm not sure what expenses we'll be paying there with nothing going on in the arena. I was just curious on that piece there. And again, too, I know Steve touched on it too, on the park situation there with more guys. We'll do a little better job of cutting grass and tree trimming and brushing and stuff too. It's nice to see that's going to happen. And yes, comments on Councillor Barfoot there on Centennial Park. That road is terrible. I was in there last year too, and it is in dire straits for sure. That's all.
So just to address your question about Katie Arena, we budgeted what we paid in 2020. We really have no control over their operations. So to be conservative, we budgeted the same as prior year. It could be that we see less of a cost because there hasn't been arena or there hasn't been ice in the month and a half. But who knows when they'll put it in the fall, what kind of, if they'll operate at a surplus or a deficit. So we're just being we're being conservative in budgeting what we paid for in prior year.
Okay. Thanks, Grant. If we've no other questions, I guess we better move forward.
Okay. So when we look at the Derby Community Center, this is the operating costs. One thing you will see is we are proposing for 2021 to not use the caretakers at that facility and to staff it in-house. With risk and liability, you know, we need to have staff there monitoring the rentals that are taking place. It's just that simple. And so now that we have that fourth attendant, we are able to do that ourselves as opposed to contracting it out. The snow removal we used to contract out, but now we do that in-house as well, which is why you don't see a budget or an actual for 2020. That facility was closed for most of 2020, but we have opened it up and we've started rentals in 2021, and there seems to be quite an interest. So that is good news that we're getting that moving again. So Kemble Arena, again, this facility was closed for most of 2020, but we still did, you know, have expenses to keep it from the pipes from not freezing and stuff like that. So expenses for 2021 are budgeted consistent with prior year, and we're hoping we can get some rentals in that facility in 2021 as well. So then Shaw Lake Arena, I don't think I need to go line by line here, but you will see again, the increase in insurance drives a lot of the increase from prior year budget. And staff have done a great job of operating that facility through COVID and meeting all the public health requirements. And we will be keeping the ice in an extra month this year, which is great because we've seen a lot of people booking ice time and using that facility, which is great news. So does council have any questions on any of the operating budgets for the community centers and parks?
Council have any questions? Seeing none, Steve, I guess go ahead.
All right, so we're going to talk about the Derby Community Center upgrades as per the building condition assessment from 2020. We're looking to replace the 2 hot water tanks that are currently at the end of their life. We have some heating and ventilation issues going on that we'll be addressing with the HVAC system as well. Once again, we got windows and seals around the windows that are starting to go. So we're going to try to replace the single pane windows with double pane windows and reseal at the same time when we're doing the work.
Steve, a question from the mayor on that. I think I heard you say it, but I just want to confirm it. You plan on putting out a multi-tender for all these things, like replacing all the hot water tanks and all the buildings, all the windows and so on, as one tender?
So in that tender process, we are going to give everybody the opportunity to do options on it. So if somebody just wants to bid on the Derby Community Center, they can just bid on that. So that it'll be broken down in sections so that you can see where everybody can see what's going on. Because a lot of the general contractors that do these types of work, they like to bid on that, where if they're going to be working in the Shallow Lake area, they'll only bid on the Shallow Lake stuff. But at least they get the opportunity to see what else is out there instead of having 7 different tenders or 8 different tenders. We have one master one with the options in there to do work, which would still fall within our procurement policy as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barfoot, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I guess, to the rest of council and to Steve. Derby Community Center. What about Kemble? I don't see any upgrades for Kemble. Every year we talk about this. Kemble is a, it's almost a historical place within the township. A lot of people would like to use Kemble. You have the Island View ratepayers up in that area that were using it. You have young people that are moving to the area. In our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, we say how great we are providing everything, but yet you don't put a nickel or you don't put any work into Kemble Arena. I would like you to justify the lack of recognizing that arena and the importance to the community down there.
Thank you, Councillor Barfoot. I think what I'd like to do, I'd like to refer this question to our CAO.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the councillor. We are working on a comprehensive plan for that specific facility. We are not ready to announce that just yet, but Councillor Barfoot, if you remain patient, you will see something very shortly in regards to that facility and some of the plans that are scheduled in terms of some of the upgrades that are going to be happening there.
Just in response, I appreciate your response, Mr. CAO and Mr. Mayor. In all due respect, I'm an old woman. I hope I live long enough to see you do something to Kemble Arena. I'm so used to being promised that year after year after year, and the people in that area are getting a little tired of it too. So something better happen.
Thank you, Councillor Barfoot, and I can appreciate your comments. And the unfortunate thing is, the reason why I handed it over to the CEO to try and respond, we have to be very cautious what we can release at this time. And that's the only reason why I've done it. So please stay tuned.
In response to that, something has to happen. Those people there have been told the same thing for years. We have to make sure something happens, at least some type of a recognition of it. There's no recognition of the arena in this report at all.
I agree 100% with your comments. I guess if there's no other comments, we'll move forward with Steve. Go ahead. I believe you're down to parks. Yeah.
Okay. I think Councillor Barfoot's hand's still up.
Sorry, Carol. Go ahead, Councillor Barfoot. No. I believe her hand is down now.
Okay. So park replacements. So we've got a couple items that need to be addressed. We've got the Derby playground at Kilsyth. We will be reaching out to the public to give us a public opinion on what they're looking to see at the new park there, along with some proper park signage, picnic tables, and animal-proof waste receptacles. We have several old garbage bins that need to replace at some of these parks where our animals are having a fiesta. And then our picnic tables, we're looking at replacing some of the ones that are currently past their life cycle. The ones that we are looking to propose to be purchasing, they usually have roughly about a 10 to 15-year life cycle on it. The top of those picnic tables are the ones that we just replaced because the frame is all metal instead of having wood. And then also we're going to be updating our park signage at various locations throughout the Georgian Bluffs here, because some of our signage is kind of lacking at some of these parks to, to improve public awareness that there is a park there. So the estimate cost for this works to be done is roughly about $115,000.
Steve, a question on that, when you mentioned the park benches and so on, I assume a certain percentage of them will be handicapped?
That is correct. They will be to the AOD standards as well.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Councillor Thompson has his hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, did you have a question?
I was into it there. Sorry, I forgot to push the button. Took my hand down instead. Thanks to you and thanks to Stephen. I think this is really great. I looked at the price tag and thought, it seems like a lot, but I'm sure that the money can quickly get used up, and I don't want to go line by line. So I guess my comments are kind of twofold. So 115,000 sounds like a lot. I'm not sure really how that's sort of attributed. The other thing I was wondering was about whether, I love the idea of doing this, do we, in combination with this, do with something that Councillor Barfoot referred to before, and that is look at all the parks. So the driveway at Centennial Park, absolutely. I also think about at Cedar Hill there, like throwing some of these things out there is going to be great, but should we be looking at what's the grade there? Should we be throwing some topsoil down, some grass seed, maybe doing a bit more rehabilitation work? And I'm not suggesting putting that on the increasing your estimate and putting it on the tax base. Maybe it's time for us to look into our park reserves. So I just thought this might be the right point to raise that. Thank you.
Good comment. Steve, any comments?
So through you, Mayor Burley, to Councillor Thompson, this year we'll be doing a full assessment of all our parks just to see what needs to be addressed for 2022, where we have some grading issues and stuff like that. That's where we'll be looking to address that in an upcoming budget. We want to do a full comprehensive review of it and see what we currently have in inventory as well at these parks to address the situations that have been coming in over the years.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Thompson? Al, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd only like to remind council that, the intent here today isn't to pass the budget, it's to get information, and I appreciate the feedback. I think we've heard loud and clear in regards to the driveway review. We've heard loud and clear in terms of some of the other things that council feels are priority, and staff are taking all of these notes into account. And when we come back to council for final deliberations and numbers, you might see some changes if we can sort of fit this in an economically viable way. And we'll look at all options, including some of the reserve funding that we have as well. So I appreciate all the input that council's providing for staff to consider.
Thanks, Al. If there's no other questions from council, Steve, go ahead.
So Shallow Lake, we have 2 items that we need to, we're asking for this year's budget. We're looking to replace the rubber flooring in the washrooms and in the front office of the Shallow Lake Arena. It's currently past its life expectancy, and we need to repair it as per the building condition assessments. And then also staff are looking to increase the operating supplies this year as well, as we're kind of running low on glass stock, net repairs, other items that are required to do the day-to-day operations at the Shallow Lake Arena. So we're looking just for an increase of $5,000 to the operating cost there. Pathway replacement, we're looking to repair and rehab some of our pathways throughout the township. We're also looking to complete some of our current pathways that need to be done. So the Derby pathway connecting the playground to the DCC, and then also the family park accessibility path will be completed this year as well. So that is to be able to provide the proper pathway instead of walking on a gravel surface to the playgrounds, and updates as well as required. So we're looking at roughly about $125,000 to do these repairs. Okay.
Thank you. Question before you move forward on the Sarawak Family Park. Does that include the boogie board?
The boogie board? I will have to get back to you on that one.
It was part of our overall park design.
So I'm just going to jump in here for a second, just so that council is aware, we have applied for 2 grants to pay for these projects. So the first, if council remembers, you approved the application for the Derby pathway at about $100,000. And that application was made to the COVID capital funding grant. And basically what they're looking to do with that grant is support safe COVID activities. So we thought that pathway would be a great use of those funds. And then with the family park accessible pathway, we applied to the Farm Canada grant. We applied for $25,000. So hopefully we're successful in that as well.
Okay. Thank you, Cassie.
So if council has no questions, moving on to the other. So again, this is my catch-all to make everything tie in and add correctly. So it's just to pick up those things that don't fit nicely into the other departments that we've taken the last couple hours to go through. I don't think there's anything that I really need to point out here. We've already talked about most of it. If council has any questions on it, let me know. Otherwise, we can jump into our final section, being the airport.
Does council have any questions on the operating budget? See none, go ahead, Cassie.
Okay, so the airport. So what we have done basically is budgeted to spend roughly the same tax levy on the airport as in 2020. And, you know, I recognize that there's currently a feasibility study out for the airport, and which is why, again, I emphasize we're not approving anything tonight. We're just bringing forward our budget to be approved at a later date. You will get the results of that airport feasibility study in April before we bring back the budget for final approval. So thank you, Brittany. So going through the revenues for the airport, we are proposing the Georgian Bluffs taxes essentially pay for $388,500 for airport operations. It's a slight decrease from prior year. But basically, that's the difference in expenses over revenues. So when we go through these revenues, and we look at 2020 actual and 2021 budget, we are fairly consistent with prior year. And one question that I got from one counselor in regards to the airport is, why are we not seeing, you know, as much as of a decrease from prior year budget to actual because, you know, of COVID? And my response to that is, you know, our land leases, our building rentals, those were ongoing throughout COVID. We never waived those lease amounts. Those tenants continued to pay. Where you do see a reduction because of COVID is in fuel sales. So we sold less fuel when there was less planes coming in, but at the same time, when the airport and travel kind of opened up again in the summer, we did see an increase in air traffic. So that's where the biggest changes between 2020 actual and 2020 budget is in the fuel sales. Next slide, please, Brittany. So when we look at expenses, again, we're fairly consistent with prior year. So what we have done is we've budgeted for the two bodies, two Georgian Bluffs employees that we have up there right now working. And this budget reflects that. We have budgeted for the Lumex contract, which is currently a month-to-month contract that we pay for them to manage the airport. And we've proposed very little capital for 2021 at this time. And it's not that there's not a lot of capital works to do up there. It's that we recognize that council wants to have some more answers before making further capital investments. So pending the outcome of the feasibility report, we may be bringing forward more capital asks. But at this time, they are limited, and I will allow Steve to go through that in a moment. So,
Councilor Barfoot. Sorry, Cassie, go ahead, Councilor Barfoot.
Cassie, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Cassie. You mentioned in very little capital. What is the 71,500 capital? What's that for?
If you just give us one moment, Councilor Barfoot, Steve will go through that in just one moment.
Okay, Councilor Barfoot. Go ahead, Steve.
But wait, before we get to that, is there any questions on the operating expenses?
Seeing none, Cassie.
Okay, so Steve, please go through the capital requests now.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. So we have some an estimated cost of $50,000 for crack sealing on the runway. A lot of our runway here needs some dire needs some sealant put in the cracks just to hold us going forward till we figure out what's going on with the feasibility study. The process is they'll come in, route out all the cracks, remove all the dirt out of them, and then fill them with a sealant. That will keep the pavement in the best condition we can to extend it just a bit longer until we figure out what's going on there. So we're roughly looking about approximately $50,000 for the runway to be resealed in some spots. The next slide, Brittany. The airport maintenance depot, which requires upgrades. So this is the shop that's beside the airport that belongs to, which our township staff put our equipment into. We have some site features, which is our stairways and our concrete features there, structural elements where our roofing is in guards, and then also some interior finishes that require to be addressed as per the building condition assessments. These items are also on the health and safety component portion too that need to be addressed. So this is why we got roughly about $14,000 to do some upgrades there on these little items just to keep us in compliance. And the last one here too is we have to do an OLS survey. This is something that needs to be done annually to make sure that we have no trees within our runway or precision area. This will keep our license from elapsing or Transportation Canada reducing our current license at the airport by downgrading us. So by doing the survey every year, we'll be able to see what needs to be removed from the airport with our own staff, and then we'll clean up as required to make sure that we stay in compliance.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So I think that answered your question, Councillor Barfoot. So when we look at overall the amount of taxation being contributed to the airport, when we take basically the operating deficit of the facility plus the principal and interest on the loan that we took out to purchase the airport, we're looking at $456,000 in 2021. So before we move on to the overall in summary, does council have any questions on the airport?
Does council have any questions? Seeing none, Cassie, go ahead.
Okay. So next, thank you, Britt. So in everything we've talked about today, this summarizes where money is being spent. So this is total expenses, capital and operating, and by department where the funds are going. So you will see that 38% of every dollar, so 38 cents of every dollar, is going to public works. So that's your roads, your bridges, your snow plowing, your sidewalks, And, you know, you would expect that that would be the biggest portion of the tax dollar. When we look at 20 cents of every dollar going to basically administration. So that would be counsel, the CAO's office, the clerk's department, HR department, treasury, and central costs to do with the operations of the airport. So, you know, your legal fees, your advertising, postage, things of that nature. 3 cents is going, sorry, did I say operation of the airport? I meant the township. 3 cents of every dollar is going to the airport. I'm just going to point out some of the bigger ones. 11 cents is police, and that's a contracted service, and we are in agreement for that for the next 4 years. Garbage and recycling and fire both come in at 5 cents, and biodigester is just a little sliver there at 1 cent. Rec and facilities, and that includes parks, we're looking at 10 cents of every dollar, and building and planning is 4 cents. Okay, so what does this all mean? The bottom line is we are proposing a 3.46% increase in the tax rate for 2021. Sorry, Britt, next slide, please. Thank you. And when we combine that with education and county, we're looking at a 2.5% increase over prior year. MPAC has determined the average home assessment in Georgian Bluffs is $289,000. So the average home is looking at an increase of about $78 over prior year. Next slide, please. So next steps. So everyone think about everything we've talked about today, and we're open to feedback. So as Al noted, all your comments today have been recorded. Staff are going to take those back and look at some of those issues you've brought up, such as Centennial Park and Cedar Hill Park, and figure out how we can incorporate that into the 2021 budget. Council will receive the results of the org review and airport feasibility study in April. And once you have the results, or once you have that information, staff will be looking to approve a final budget in May 2021. So that is all we have for the budget presentation. Again, we open the floor to any questions of council.
Thank you, Cassie. Good job. Does council have any questions on our budget presentation here today? Deputy Mayor Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about, we've got feasibility studies out on the biodigester as well. Those are not going to be in until after we will have passed budget. Am I right in thinking they're May and June?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we did get a draft of those feasibility studies actually today. So I would suspect council will have all that information as well prior to passing a budget. So you'll get the airport, you'll get the feasibility study, and you'll get the organizational review as well, is what we're planning on right now.
Okay, thank you, Al. Does council have any other questions on this budget proposal? Seeing none? It's been a long day, council, and so I'll carry on with our budget then. Oh, I see Councilor Barfoot has her hand up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank Cassie and Brittany and the rest of the staff. Very well put together budget, easy to follow. Thank you, Mr. CAO. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilor Barfoot. On behalf of myself and council, thank you to our finance department for your efforts in creating and presenting the draft 2021 budget to council. We will provide notice of budget approval to the public prior to finalizing of our budget. Just so council aware, if in our packages you have 3 other schedules. You have the reserve transfers, you have the 2021 enhancement capital staff recommendations, and you have the road key map, just so they've been pointed out, just so council is aware of it. So moving on with our agenda, we're down to a public question period. 2 members of the public registered with the clerk to participate in public question period this afternoon. As a reminder to our residents, you will be provided 5 minutes to submit your comments. The clerk will provide you with a 1-minute warning and at the 4-minute mark, should you need it. To begin, I welcome Ms. Claire Matthews participating by telephone. Ms. Matthews, go ahead. Do you have any comments? And Madam Clerk, I need you to tell me if these participants are still here.
Ms. Matthews is still present. Ms. Matthews, you are muted.
Sorry, no question.
Okay, thank you. I now welcome Mr. Ken McPherson participating by video conference. Mr. McPherson, please go ahead. Go ahead, Ken.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to add my thanks to Cassie for this presentation. It's actually great to do it by this video conference. I've had fish and chips, I've had pop, I've had popcorn throughout the process, so it's rather more bearable. Also, thank you to Brittany for preparing the whole package so that I actually could follow along and had everything in preparation. Thank you to the Mayor and Council for your efforts in transparency, because without a question, I'll be able to speak up and say that through your video conferencing, you've attempted this year to provide more opportunities for people to become involved. We might not always agree on all the decisions and things, but certainly the opportunity for input is being presented anyways. The inclusion of a climate action plan. I'm sure that there's a lot of members that we have that will be very pleased to hear about this type of thing. The environment and this type of thing, it's always been a topic that comes up. A lot of my comments will not be as president of the group that you people know I represent, because having to do with a lot of the issues, there are a lot of opinions within our group. What we try and do is communicate the information to our members and allow them to make their own decisions. However, I do want to, and the fact that there's actually a feasibility study out on both the airport as well as something on the biodigester, I sort of preempts any questions that might have, because I realize the decisions haven't been made there yet. I guess my first question having to do with the biodigester is that presentation on page 17, where it had those numbers. I'll just skip back to that. Maybe you can help me with that, because in discussing it with other people, they're going to wonder. At the present time, I see that budget of $98,350, and I realize no decisions have been made on that other one that's a transfer from reserves. But if they decide to go ahead with these transfer from reserves, I am assuming then that the cost involved from Georgian Bluffs, because reserves are also taxpayer money, is my assumption, even though it's not on the tax base of this year, and that would add up to $217,350. Am I correct in assuming that would be the result?
Madam Treasurer?
I can answer that. So actually the biodigester has their own reserves. So that would come from the biodigester reserve. And that's money that had already been budgeted and contributed to the Chatsworth biodigester facility in the past by Georgian Bluffs. So you can't really say it's more money from Georgian Bluffs because it's already been accounted for in the past. It's just sitting in a bank account.
So if in the end that is not spent on the biodigester, what would happen to that money?
50% of that reserve would go to Chatsworth and 50% of that reserve would go to Georgian Bluffs.
Oh, so Georgian Bluffs only put 50% of that number in.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay, just because I don't want to make assumptions having listened to all this and then be incorrect. That's why I asked the questions. The next one, what percentage of ratepayers answered the survey on the budget? What percentage?
Sorry, I don't have the percentage, but we got just over 200 respondents.
Okay, So we have, what, 10,500 people living in Georgian Bluffs. We got 200 respondents. The reason I'm just asking is because the idea that user fees are the more preferable method of recouping these costs and things. I was just wondering what basis of the percentage of the population actually indicate that, because sometimes when people fill out surveys, the group that fills out those surveys have interest in these types of things and everything. And a lot of other people, if user fees start going up and everything else, they'll wonder sort of, they won't understand that we said, or ratepayers said, or indicated preference for that type of thing. So that was just a question, but that helps it. Hopefully we can help you with encouraging people to go online and pay their fees and make their applications online to save you some postage and those types of costs, freight and things. We'll try and encourage that after I watch this. Having to do with the airport, I found that an interesting one to take a look at the numbers, and having to do with the airport Jet A fuel. I guess that one jumped out at me because it suggests to me, unless I'm incorrect here, that if I take a look at the expenses for Jet A fuel for the airport for 2020, the actual expenses, if I'm reading that correctly, was $7,273. Am I correct?
Madam Treasurer?
Yes, so that was, yes, that was fuel purchased.
I'll finish my question then. If I go over to the amount of money, in other words, the revenues from the Jet A fuels, it was $31,668. What that suggests to me is the questions that I've asked in the past having to do with reserves is obviously the fuel that you bought for $7,273 would not be sold for $31,668. Actually, some of the fuel that was sold there was actually fuel that was in reserves there already, and therefore isn't indicated in this budget as far as an expense.
So the budget only budgets revenues and expenses. What you're not seeing is fuels that would have been in inventory. So when we purchase the fuel, it's a timing difference, right? So we probably purchased that fuel in 2019 and sold it in 2020. So it's a timing difference. And the way that's accounted for is through the balance sheet, through inventory, which you don't budget for assets and liabilities. You only budget for revenues and expenses.
Yeah, I guess what it sort of suggests to me, like I took a look at your previous one having to do with the actual proposal, and the other and what you sold the year before or something like that, and looked to me like the for $1 spent, you actually expected to make $1.40. If I take a look at the 50,000, 70,000. So,
Mr. McPherson, you're at your 4-minute mark.
Oh, okay. So on the other one, I guess there was about a $20,000 difference that I couldn't figure out how you made as much money unless it was out of reserves. Is there any way people can know how much the reserves are from year to year?
Not reserves, inventory.
Inventory, sorry.
So we do not do a separate balance sheet for the airport. We're not required to do so. It's incorporated in the Georgian Bluffs balance sheet. But what I will say, we do sell the fuel at a markup, and that markup does change dependent upon market conditions and the price we paid for the fuel. So we always sell the fuel at a price greater than the cost we paid for it. So there is a bit of a gain on those sales.
Okay. I just, when I try and crunch the numbers without those other numbers, and it just didn't make any sense to me. I had assumed that on that amount, you'd get $10,182, not $31,000. But
Ken, I hate to cut you off, but you have a chance. One last question.
no, I think, thank you for the opportunity to sit through it. I think I really don't have any other questions. I do appreciate the comments by Councillor Barfoot, and I'm sure a number of people who I talked to will appreciate her comments and questions having to do with the Kemble Community Center. And I'll pass that on to some other people that I know are interested in that. And thank you for not going with a 19% or a 33% proposal. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you to our residents for your participation. Thank you as well to the members of the public which participated in the online budget survey last year. As always, we appreciate, encourage, and welcome your continued feedback in council matters. Moving on to the agenda, I have a confirming bylaw. The bylaw 2020-24 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council on March 30th, 2021 be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed to seal the corporation, and endorsed in the bylaw book. Someone to move to put it on the floor, please. Moved by Councillor Pringle, second by Deputy Mayor Carlson. Is there any discussion on the motion before us? Madam Clerk, you take the vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I call your name, please indicate whether you are for or against the motion as presented. Councillor Carol Barfoot.
For.
Councillor Kathy Moore-Coburn.
For.
Councillor Grant Pringle.
For.
Councillor Paul Sutherland.
For.
Councillor Ryan Thompson.
For.
Deputy Mayor Sue Carlton.
For.
And Mayor's Wife Burley.
For.
Thank you, and that carries.
Thank you. I thank council and staff. It's been a long afternoon, but it's great to do this budget process and just gives you something to think about tonight before you go to sleep. Council will meet again as regular scheduled meeting April 7th, 2021 at 5 o'clock. If we've no other business here today, I need a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councillor Colburn, second by Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, that was a show of hands in favor of adjournment.
Yes. I didn't think Deputy Mayor Carlson wanted to adjourn. Sorry. We are now adjourned.
Said.
Councillor Sullivan.
He simply raised his hand to confirm that he was for adjournment.
Okay, I'm just like a horse race on one step back. Anyway, thanks everybody. We're now adjourned.
Have a good night.